"Mom, how is it? What have you got?" Tang Jiu was right at the door, so she asked her mother urgently once her mother walked out. Tang Jiu's mother pulled her aside when there was nobody around them. "I heard that the young man's name is Shouting, but I don't know whether it's his full name or given name." Although her mother wasn't clear about it, Tang Jiu still felt happy. Seeing her being so happy, Tang Jiu's mother didn't have the heart to tell her the shocking truth. "Well, Jiu, the young man is indeed Gu Ning's boyfriend, and it seems like they could marry in the future." "What?" Tang Jiu was shocked. She had thought of that earlier but refused to believe it. However, Tang Jiu was unwilling to give it up. Even though Leng Shouting was Gu Ning's boyfriend, she would still have a try. She still hoped that she could be successful. "No matter what happens, I'll try it," Tang Jiu said with determination. "Good girl, Mom supports you." Tang Jiu's mother didn't know much about Gu Ning, so she was willing to support her daughter. If she had heard of what Gu Ning had done, she wouldn't have allowed her daughter to mess with Gu Ning. Relatives and friends of the Tang family all left in cars, but Tang Jiu still waited at the same place hoping to see Leng Shouting again. Before Leng Shouting walked out, Tang Jiu's father showed up and said to them, "Let's go now." Since Tang Jiu's father said that, Tang Jiu had to leave, but she didn't dare to tell her father that she was going to steal another girl's boyfriend. Tang Jiu didn't think that there was anything wrong with it, but her father wouldn't accept it. Without delay, Tang Jiu's family left together. The members of the Tang family didn't leave their house until the others were mostly gone. The dinner party would officially begin at 5:20 p.m. It was almost 4 p.m. now, but the Tang family's house was located near the suburb, so it took nearly half an hour for them to get to the hotel by car. The dinner party would begin soon after their arrival. Gu Ning and the others drove to the hotel themselves. Pan Zhiwei and his friends arrived at Huangding Hotel earlier than Gu Ning. Although they didn't have an invitation letter, Gu Ning had told Quan Mingkai to arrange some seats for them. When they walked into the hall, there weren't many people inside, so they sat down together and casually chatted with each other. This banquet hall was very large, and it was the largest hall of the Huangding Hotel with booths and cubicles for people to have a rest. Today's wedding dinner would be a buffet. It was a formal event, so everyone came in suits or gowns. Pan Zhiwei and his friends were also in formal suits. In fact, except for Zhou Guangrui and Hu Hao, the other young men seldom wore suits unless they were forced to do so. They thought that it was very uncomfortable to walk around in suits, so they hated to wear it. Nevertheless, they had to put on formal suits at today's wedding dinner. After putting on the suits, they looked totally different from their normal appearances. When they were quiet, they seemed to be financial elite, but they failed to hide who they really were once they moved. Anyway, they still looked much better than before. Only Pan Zhiwei and Hu Hao's family were invited by the Tang family, while the other three were directly invited by Gu Ning. Hu Hao's family was involved in politics, and was in the same faction as Tang Yunhang. "This is the most luxurious wedding I've ever attended," Guanbin said. "Of course it is. The Tang family is the richest family in City B." Pan Zhiwei rolled his eyes at Guanbin. "I think that they don't want to attract too much attention, or the wedding could be more splendid," Zhou Guangrui said. It left a better impression on the attendees. There were many people who hated those who owned wealth. If you were rich and showed off your wealth, they would criticize or even attack you, but they would compliment you if you kept a low profile. That was human nature. As time went by, people were coming into the hall one after another. "Oh, isn't this Gao Yongkong? Is the Gao family invited too?" At this moment, a male voice interrupted their discussion. The booths were separated by classical carved screens, but the doors were made of tassels, so people were able to see one another from the inside and outside. Hearing the male voice, Pan Zhiwei and his friends were annoyed at once, because they already knew who the man was. The man was Du Yujian, Gao Yongkong's older cousin. The Du family was also a common super-rich family in City B with similar assets as the Pan family. Although Du Yujian was Gao Yongkong's older cousin, neither of them admitted it, because the Du family and the Gao family had a long-standing grudge against each other. It was an old story. When Gao Yongkong's mother was young, The Du family planned to use her to increase the Du family's social status by marrying her into a family richer than them. However, Gao Yongkong's mother was deeply in love with Gao Yongkong's father back then, so she refused to do so. The Du family despised Gao Yongkong's father because Gao Yongkong's father was just an ordinary man back then. In order to be together with Gao Yongkong's father, Gao Yongkong's mother eloped with his father. They didn't move back to City B until many years later. After working hard, Gao Yongkong's father finally owned over 100 million yuan in wealth now, and he still loved Gao Yongkong's mother as always. Actually, given Gao Yongkong's father's ability, he could be more successful, but the Du family caused him a lot of trouble to stop him from developing. Gao Yongkong and Pan Zhiwei became good friends a few years ago, and the Du family stopped interfering in the Gao family's business because of the Pan family's influence. Within the past few years, the Gao family's business grew more profitable, and they already owned over 400 million yuan in wealth now. Therefore, the Gao family was very rich, but it was still barely comparable to the Du family. The Du family's business had developed for generations, while Gao Yongkong's father built the Gao family's business all on his own. Because of that, Du Yujin always made fun of Gao Yongkong when he saw him. 3 young men the same age as them were standing outside, and the leading man was precisely Du Yujin. "So what?" Gao Yongkong asked him. "You must have come here following Lord Pan, right? Lord Pan, aren't you afraid that the Tang family will be displeased that you come with so many unwanted guests?" Du Yujin looked at Pan Zhiwei. He was laughing at more people than just Gao Yongkong. He had acted against Gao Yongkong for so many years, so he clearly knew everything about Gao Yongkong, including Gao Yongkong's connections. In that case, he knew that only Pan Zhiwei and Hu Hao's family were invited, while others weren't. "They didn't come here following me. Don't blame me for that," Pan Zhiwei said. "Me either," Hu Hao said at once. Both of them seemed to be unwilling to be involved in their argument. "Do you think that I'll believe your words?" Du Yujin was struck dumb for a second, then soon snorted with laughter. "Believe it or not."
Pan Zhiwei shrugged.
Du Yujin understood that Pan Zhiwei wasn't afraid of him, so he had to turn to pick on Gao Yongkong. "Gao Yongkong, if you're not invited here, you should leave as soon as possible. If you're exposed, it might humiliate your family," Du Yujin said. He thought that Gao Yongkong was unwanted here. "Thanks, but no," Gao Yongkong said. "You." Du Yujin was mad at Gao Yongkong's attitude. In fact, he had never succeeded in making fun of Gao Yongkong, because Gao Yongkong was smarter than him. Moreover, Gao Yongkong never cared about him, so he couldn't affect Gao Yongkong's mood. "Let's see what will happen," Du Yujin said. He stopped arguing against Gao Yongkong, but had an idea to expose him. Du Yujin indeed was a little stupid. Since Gao Yongkong could enter this hall, he must have the Tang family's permission. Without the Tang family's permission or invitation letter, nobody was allowed to be here. "Will Du Yujin do something stupid?" Zhou Guangrui said. They had a feeling that Du Yujin was going to do something after hearing what he just said. In their eyes, Du Yujin always did something stupid. Let him do whatever he wants to do. "He'll only humiliate himself as usual," Gao Yongkong said airily. They were invited here by Gu Ning, and nobody dared to chase them out. When it was 4:30 p.m., Gu Ning and the others arrived at the hotel. At this moment, many people had already gathered in the hall, but they weren't the most important figures. Normally, the most important figures wouldn't show up until the last second. They came here earlier to draw more influential people over to their side. Gu Man and the others went to a lounge once they reached the hotel, and they wouldn't show up again until the dinner party began. Gu Ning and her friends, on the other hand, went back to their own rooms to put on formal clothes. Gao Yi and Xiao Ye were both in suits as the bodyguards. Gu Ning had told Yu Zi to prepare gowns from charm for them beforehand. The suit Leng Xiaoting wore today was a black suit in retro style, while Gu Ning's gown was a little similar to the gown in blue and white porcelain patterns that she had worn last time, but the gown was white and sleeveless this time. There were also flying phoenixes in gold thread around the edge of her gown, and she looked much more elegant in it. When they stood together, they were a very attractive couple who matched each other very well. Gu Ning chose gowns from Charm in order to promote the brand. Therefore, her female friends all put on gowns from Charm too. Afterwards, they went downstairs together. At this time, most of the guests were present, and they stood in small groups chatting with each other in the hall. Tang Jiayang and Tang Jiakai came to the hall earlier than Gu Ning. Once the two handsome young men showed up, many girls were stunned and approached them trying to attract their attention. Although all the girls were from either rich or powerful families, their families were still barely comparable to the Tang family, so they all hoped that they could marry into the Tang family. Because of Tang Jiayang and his brother's outstanding appearances, those girls' parents also encouraged them to become their girlfriends. However, Tang Jiayang and Tang Jiakai didn't pay much attention to those girls. Tang Jiayang already had a girlfriend and he loved his girlfriend very much, while Tang Jiakai preferred to stay single right now. Seeing their reaction, those girls felt utterly disappointed. No matter how eager those girls were to attract their attention, they couldn't force them to pay attention to them. They still needed to leave a good impression on them after all. Jiayang. At this moment, a beautiful girl around 20 years old in a long pink princess dress jumped over towards Tang Jiayang. But she ignored Tang Jiakai. Tang Jiakai didn't mind it at all. Tang Jiayang, however, looked displeased. It seemed like he disliked this girl. "Hi, Yutong," Tang Jiayang said to her politely. Jiang Yutong was the daughter of Jiang Lihua's older brother, and she was also Tang Jiayang and Tang Jiakai's younger cousin. However, neither Tang Jiayang nor Tang Jiakai liked her, especially Tang Jiayang. Jiang Yutong liked Tang Jiayang and she even wanted to become his girlfriend, but Tang Jiayang hated that. Besides, they were cousins and it was impossible that they could be girlfriend and boyfriend. Their families wouldn't allow it to happen either. "Jiayang, I haven't seen you in a long time," Jiang Yutong said and acted like a 3-year-old kid. Yutong, I'm sorry, I've got to leave to deal with something. Enjoy yourself," Tang Jiayang said and wanted to leave right away. "Where are you going?" "I'll go with you." Jiang Yutong wouldn't let Tang Jiayang leave her. She hadn't seen him in a long time and missed him so much. "It's not convenient for you to follow us. You're a girl and we're men." Tang Jiayang was a mature, stable young man, so he didn't have the heart to tell the truth. But Tang Jiakai was different and straightforward. Therefore, Tang Jiakai stopped Jiang Yutong. Jiang Yutong felt like crying looking at Tang Jiayang when Tang Jiakai criticized her. She hoped that Tang Jiayang would side with her. However, it wouldn't happen. "Jiakai is right. You're a girl and you can't follow men all the time. We need to chat with our guests right now," Tang Jiayang said. Jiang Yutong bit her lips and looked aggrieved, but she didn't turn around nor walk away. Tang Jiayang and Tang Jiakai ignored her and left without hesitation. Once Tang Jiayang and Tang Jiakai were gone, another beautiful young girl in her early 20s walked over. "Oh, what happened to my cute younger cousin? You look so pitiful." This young girl who mocked Jiang Yutong was also Tang Jiayang's cousin, but she was older than him. There were 3 children in the Jiang family. The eldest son was Jiang Jimin's father. The second son was Jiang Yutong's father, while the only daughter was Jiang Lihua. Jiang Jimin never liked Jiang Yutong because Jiang Yutong always pretended to be kind and weak, which was totally different from her real personality. When they were little kids, Jiang Yutong often blamed Jiang Jimin for her mistakes. Jiang Jimin had also fought back a few times, and the two started to act against each other. Usually, Jiang Yutong was the loser in their arguments, so she gradually learned to stay away from Jiang Jimin. But she would still seize every chance to aggravate the situation once she got the goods on Jiang Jimin. In that case, Jiang Jimin hated Jiang Yutong more than anyone else, especially after she got to know that Jiang Yutong liked Tang Jiayang. She thought that it was disgusting that Jiang Yutong fell in love with their cousin. "It's none of your business." Jiang Yutong stopped pretending and became aggressive in an instant. "Oh, I feel so sad. I just care about you as your older cousin. Why do you have to vent your anger at me? I've done nothing wrong," Jiang Jimin said. Although she looked sad, she actually gloated over Jiang Yutong's failure. "By asterisks, stay away from me." Jiang Yutong was mad. Her voice wasn't loud and there was music in the hall, so not many people heard that. Only some people around them turned to look at Jiang Yutong's unkind face and frowned. It was very rude that she swore at others in public. Noticing that others were looking at her, Jiang Yutong felt angry as well as aggrieved. She planned to pretend to be innocent and play the blame game to make Jiang Jimin the bad person in order to gain people's sympathy. Nevertheless, they had acted against each other for so many years, and Jiang Jimin knew Jiang Yutong's tricks very well. Before she could say anything, Jiang Jimin opened her mouth at first. Alright, if you don't like to hear that, let's drop this topic, but do remember not to follow boys all day long. Even if they're your cousins, they're boys, and it's inconvenient for you to stay by their side all the time. What if other people misunderstand your relationship? Hearing that, those who were staring at Jiang Yutong showed obvious disdain on their faces. They thought that Jiang Yutong was mad because her older cousin stopped her from following boys. You? Jiang Yutong was furious now. Fine, I need to meet my friends now. If you can't find a female friend here, go back to your parents' side, Jiang Jimin said. Then turned around and left Jiang Yutong behind. Glaring at Jiang Jimin's back, Jiang Yutong ached to tear her to pieces. At this moment, Jiang Yutong's mother walked over and called her, Yutong. When Jiang Yutong saw her mother, she had to compose herself. She wasn't afraid of her father, but was afraid of her mother, especially when her mother looked as displeased as she did now. Jiang Yutong's mother was a little bossy, and even her father was slightly afraid of her mother. Mom! Jiang Yutong turned to face her mother with great respect. Jiang Yutong's mother pulled her aside when there was nobody around. What are you doing? Didn't I tell you not to have conflicts with Jiang Jimin again? Jiang Yutong's mother understood that Jiang Yutong wasn't a match for Jiang Jimin, so she told Jiang Yutong not to argue against Jiang Jimin again, in case Jiang Yutong would be embarrassed. She laughed at me first. Jiang Yutong felt aggrieved. If you hadn't done anything inappropriate, she wouldn't have laughed at you. Jiang Yutong's mother snapped at her. It sounded like she was defending Jiang Jimin, but she knew her daughter's characters very well. Jiang Yutong panicked. I've told you countless times to stay away from Tang Jiayang. Why couldn't you listen to me for once? You are cousins and it's impossible for you to marry him. Why don't you seize this chance to attract another rich heir at this party? Jiang Yutong's mother said. Look at Jiang Jimin, she's Lord Lu's girlfriend now, and I just got to know that Chao Wenqin's boyfriend is a lieutenant colonel. Although Chao Wenqin's boyfriend isn't very rich, he has power in his hands. He's only 26, and he already has a bright future. Although the Jiang family was also a super-rich family, it wasn't among the top of the list of those super-rich families. In the PSIT, the Jiang family wasn't much poorer than the Tang family. Jiang Lihua and Tang Yunhong's marriage was also a marriage between families of equal social status, but things were different now. The Tang family became the richest family in City B with hundreds of billions of yuan in assets. The Jiang family, on the other hand, didn't develop much even though they had a close relationship with the Tang family. Neither of Jia Lihua's two older brothers were good at running a business, so the Jiang family wasn't very successful. Jiang Yutong's mother loved to compare her family with others. Even though they weren't closely connected to Chao Wenqin, she would still compare her daughter with Chao Wenqin. Besides, Jiang Yutong's mother was also snobbish, so Jiang Yutong could only marry into a family which was better than their family. What?
À lieutenant-colonel.
She had heard of Jiang Jimin's boyfriend, but was shocked by the military rank of Chao Wenqin's boyfriend. However, she wasn't jealous of it because she thought that it had nothing to do with her. She loved Tang Jiayang and Tang Jiayang only, which had nothing to do with his family background. Although Jiang Jimin had a boyfriend with a good family background, she wasn't jealous of her either. Yes, and he's also very handsome, Jiang Yutong's mother said and sounded super jealous. She wished that Chao Wen's boyfriend could be her daughter's. If her daughter could marry a senior military officer, her daughter would be in a higher social status than Jiang Jimin. All of a sudden, people cheered, which attracted most people's attention in the hall, and they all turned to look at the door. A group of young people walked inside at this moment, and every one of them was very good-looking, especially the couple that walked in the front. People started to talk about them at once. Jesus! The man is so handsome. I've never seen such a handsome man before. Oh, I can't breathe now. The girl is also so beautiful. Exactly. Actually, Hao Ran and the others were also very attractive, but Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting still overshadowed them. They didn't mind at all. Instead, they felt super proud of Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting. They admired Gu Ning and regarded her as their idol, while Leng Xiaoting was Gu Ning's boyfriend, so they also admired him. Moreover, they were also fans of him. After all, Leng Xiaoting was the youngest major general in history. Look at their gowns. They're also very beautiful. I love the style of their gowns. Oh, they are gowns from Charm. I saw them when I went to pick a gown at the flagship store of Charm a few days ago. Don't you think the girl looks very familiar? Who? She's the boss of Charm, Gu Ning. Really? She is Gu Ning. It is her. She looks much prettier than in those pictures. Wow, they look perfect when they stand together. Wait, are they a couple? Yeah, I read a piece of news on the internet, and it says that the man is her boyfriend. They match each other so well. The people who talked about Gu Ning were all young because only young people surfed on the internet all day long. Tang Jiyu and her mother also noticed Leng Xiaoting, and Tang Jiyu couldn't wait a second to get close to him. Not only Tang Jiyu but other girls also had the same idea. When Tang Jiyu's sight fell on Gu Ning, she got jealous again, but didn't dare to show it on her face. Even though Tang Jiyu disguised her feelings, Gu Ning was still able to notice her reaction. Gu Ning was displeased when other girls showed strong interest in her man, but Tang Jiyu hadn't done anything harmful yet, so she wouldn't do anything to hurt her right now. Although Tang Jiyu's mother supported her to play dirty tricks, it was unlikely that she could win. Nevertheless, no matter how impossible it was, Tang Jiyu still made up her mind to try. Jiang Yutong and her mother also noticed Leng Xiaoting. Jiang Yutong was attracted to him too, but she was only appreciating his outstanding appearance, because her love was Tang Jiayong. Her love towards Tang Jiayong wasn't morally acceptable, but it was pure. The man is so handsome. He must be a rich heir. Yutong, do something to get him, Jiang Yutong's mother said. Mom, he already has a girlfriend, Jiang Yutong said, but it was a lie. If she really liked a man, she wouldn't care whether he already had a girlfriend or not. Just like how she had admired Tang Jiayong for a long time, but didn't stop chasing him even though she found out that he already had a girlfriend. She did everything she could to get his attention whenever she saw Tang Jiayong, but he ignored her all the time. If she found out who Tang Jiayong's girlfriend was, she would do her best to force the girl to leave him. So what? He isn't married, so you still have the chance to steal his heart, Jiang Yutong's mother said and took it for granted. Jiang Yutong remained silent. She clearly knew that her mother would force her to do it as long as it was her mother's decision. Just like her love towards Tang Jiayong, her mother also warned her to stay away from him. But this was the only time she disobeyed her mother's order. It wasn't up to her to tell her to leave someone she really loved. Once Gu Ning showed up, businessmen who knew her all came to greet her, and most of them had already met each other at the release conference of Jade Beauty Jewelry before. Pan Zirwei and his friends also walked out when they heard that Gu Ning had appeared, but she was surrounded by so many people now, so they stood far away. At this moment, Du Yujian approached them again. I just met Lord Tang, and I coincidentally told him that someone slipped into the party without an invitation letter. Lord Tang just gave an order to find him. It sounded like Du Yujian was talking to himself, but he aimed to let Gao Yongkong hear it. Pan Zirwei and his friends rolled their eyes at Du Yujian, but didn't bother to argue against him. Even if the Tang family was going to chase them away, they could say that it was Gu Ning who invited them. Since Gu Ning was already here now, they were safe. Unfortunately, before Gao Yongkong's conflict with Du Yujian was settled, Zhou Guangrui ended up in trouble. Hey, isn't this Zhou Guangrui? Didn't your older brother say that your family wasn't invited? How did you get in here? 3 rich men walked to them, and the man who said that was Zhou Guangming's friend. Zhou Guangming had turned to him for help too, Du Yujin interrupted at once. Hi Lord Sin, they aren't invited, but got in here with Lord Pan and Lord Hu. A guest is only allowed to bring one person to join this party, but the two of them brought 3. I already told Lord Tang, and he said that he would handle it. Oh, they followed others to get in here? That's not good, Lord Sin said with obvious disdain. Lord Sin's full name was Cin Xiangfei, the son of the eldest son of the Cin family, which was another super-rich family in City B. Cin Yanheng, who had set Tang Xiaoxiao up, was Cin Xiangfei's second uncle. Well, well, Zhou Guangrui said and laughed a little. Why are you so sure that we slipped in here? Didn't you notice that we weren't afraid at all when you told us that Lord Tang was going to chase unwanted guests away? Hearing that, Du Yujin was struck dumb for a second. Zhou Guangrui looked so confident that he couldn't help but doubt whether he was wrong. Tell us, who invited you here? Cin Xiangfei asked. I don't think it has anything to do with you, Lord Sin, Zhou Guangrui said. Bulls ****. Du Yujin said. He couldn't believe that all of them were invited here. Zhou Guangrui and the others didn't give them a clear answer, so Du Yujin thought that they didn't dare to. But Cin Xiangfei wasn't as stupid as him. He believed Zhou Guangrui's words. Today's wedding was held by the Tang family after all, and nobody dared to slip inside. Since they were unwilling to tell them, he wouldn't ask further. Right at this moment, Tang Jiakai walked towards them, and Du Yujin couldn't wait to see a drama. He believed that Tang Jiakai came here to chase unwanted people away. Cin Xiangfei, on the other hand, was surprised. He thought that it could be Tang Jiakai who invited them here. Although it would be very surprising because there was a huge gap between Tang Jiakai and them, it could happen, and Cin Xiangfei got jealous at once. They all wanted to form a close relationship with people of power and wealth, which would benefit themselves and their families. Hi Lord Tang. When Tang Jiakai walked near, they all greeted him with respect. Hi everyone, Tang Jiakai said, then turned to face Pan Zirwei and his friends. Hey, Ningning is busy right now, so she asked me to welcome you all for a while. Come on, let's go to meet some friends together. Since they were invited here by Gu Ning, Tang Jiakai was very kind to them, and was willing to take them to meet his friends. However, Du Yujin and the others were shocked. What? Tang Jiakai is going to take Pan Zirwei and the others to meet his friends? Thank you so much, Lord Tang, Pan Zirwei and his friends said. Then they walked away with Tang Jiakai. But they gave Du Yujin a glance of challenge before they left. Du Yujin still couldn't believe it. How is it possible? He couldn't accept the fact that Pan Zirwei and his friends were able to make friends with Tang Jiakai. At the same time, he was jealous of them. Tang Jiakai's friends had to be people of high social status too. It would be best if they could get to know them. In addition, Pan Zirwei seemed to be close to Tang Jiakai. Who is Ningning? Cin Xiangfei asked with a frown. It was obvious that Pan Zirwei and his friends were invited here by Ningning, and that Tang Jiakai came to them in person because Ningning was occupied now. Ningning couldn't be simple if she was able to ask Tang Jiakai to help her. I think she should be Tang Jiakai's friend, someone said. They didn't know that Ningning was Gu Ning. Without delay, Cin Xiangfei called Zhou Guangming, then found out that Ningning was Gu Ning, who was the famous, talented young girl. The girl was also Pan Zirwei's boss. He had also heard a lot about Gu Ning, especially the conflict between her and his second uncle. His second uncle had been in trouble precisely because of Gu Ning. Although Cin Xiangfei admired Gu Ning's outstanding ability, he still disliked her because she had embarrassed his family. Nevertheless, he wouldn't mess with her either. Zhou Guangming, however, was more displeased after finding out what had happened to Zhou Guangrui from Cin Xiangfei, but he could do nothing about it. While Tang Jiakai brought Pan Zirwei and the others to meet his friends, where they chatted together and got along well. Chao Wenxin brought Xian Bei to talk with her friends. Although it seemed to be a pleasant conversation, Gao Chongyun and Jiang Zijing felt sad. Both of them had admired Chao Wenxin from afar before, so it was painful for them to see her being so happy with another man. Mrs. Hao and her friends gathered with Gu Qing and the others, and in case they felt uneasy, Tang Yunrong stayed with them. Yang Ziqian, Yuzi, Manager Ding and others were also chatting with one another in a group. Because Yuzi was the designer of charm, many noble ladies came to talk with her about gowns. There were even some noble ladies who showed up at today's party in gowns from charm, and they were fans of it. A few VIP members of Kame Beauty Salon were also present today, and they all came to talk with Manager Ding. Therefore, Yang Ziqian was gradually ignored and left aside. He even felt like he was the odd one out. Yuzi was busier than him normally, and it wasn't easy for the two of them to gather together. Hey Ziqian, what are you doing here in a group of women? Why don't you hang out with some men? One of Yang Ziqian's friends walked over. He felt like laughing when he found Yang Ziqian standing aside by himself. You don't understand it because you don't have a girlfriend, Yang Ziqian said, which hurt his single friend. The man covered his chest at once and pretended to be badly hurt. Don't be so cruel to me. Really? Why don't you find yourself a girlfriend? You're too old to play around. Yang Ziqian rolled his eyes at the man. I want to have a girlfriend too, but where is she? The man sighed with a resigned look on his face. Well, I understand that you can't move on because of Zhao Mengmeng. Since you can't forget her, why don't you chase her? I know that you don't mind her divorce, but your family does. Although it's hard to have a happy marriage without your parents' good wishes, I think that you can still work on it. You can cross that bridge when you come to it, Yang Ziqian said. Hearing that, the man seemed upset. He understood that he lacked courage and determination. He did love Zhao Mengmeng, but it was also difficult to gain his family's approval. His father wouldn't stop him, but his mother insisted that he should marry a rich girl. And his mother wasn't in good condition now, so he didn't dare to annoy her. It was only a few minutes away from 5:20 p.m., so the guests were all present in the hall. Given the Tang family's circle of friends, there were a large number of guests who were either super rich or powerful or very close to the Tang family. When it was 5:20 p.m., the wedding began, and a host went on stage to hold the ceremony. After the opening speech, it was the bridegroom's turn to address a short speech. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for attending my wedding today. I'm finally married and I couldn't be more excited now. I understand that you all must be very confused as to why I suddenly got married. It isn't a secret that I was caught in a car accident 19 years ago. Fortunately, a kind girl named Gu Man saved my life, but I lost my memory back then. We fell in love with each other and spent a year living together. We planned to get married after buying a house, but unfortunately I was caught in another car accident. When I woke up, I forgot her and the good memories of that year when we were together. I remembered my real identity and went back to the Tang family to get rid of those people who schemed against me behind my back. Many people were aware of that, so they weren't surprised. They didn't know that the bride today was precisely the girl who had saved Tang Yunfan's life 19 years ago until now. Unexpectedly, Tang Yunfan was so loyal to his partner. Everyone admired his loyalty. Tang Yunfan continued, I never got married during the past 18 years, because I had already found my love even though I lost her by accident. I couldn't accept another woman because of her. Luckily, I ran into her a while ago. I knew that she was the girl who I fell in love with 19 years ago, and she also stayed single for me. I promised that I'll love her, protect her, and make it up to her during the rest of my life. The second he finished that, he got a round of loud applause. Many women even felt like crying. However, in case the tears damaged their makeup, they fought them back. What had happened to Tang Yunfan and Gu Man was too complicated. It was torture for the two of them when they were in deep love with each other. The thunderous applause went on and on. Now please welcome the bride, the host announced. Then all the lights focused on the door which was in front of the stage. The music sounded, and Gu Man in a beautiful white wedding gown appeared in everyone's sight. Normally, the bride would enter the hall holding her father's arm. But Gu Man's father already passed away, so her older brother, Gu Qinyang, stood by her side. A little boy and a little girl followed Gu Man holding the long train of her wedding gown. Red rose petals slowly drifted down from the ceiling, which created a breathtaking scene and stunned every woman in the hall. All the unmarried women were dreaming about their future weddings. They hoped that their own weddings could be this romantic. As for those married women who didn't have a romantic wedding, they felt utterly regretful now. Especially those who were over 40, they couldn't afford a good wedding because of poverty back then, let alone a romantic one. Nevertheless, some believed that it wasn't important as long as the couple was in love. Gu Man was more excited than ever now, so she didn't pay much attention to the romantic atmosphere in the hall. She simply followed Gu Qinyang walking ahead. Gu Qinyang was also very nervous, but he kept reminding himself to stay calm. Watching Gu Man walking towards him in a wedding gown, Tang Yunfan couldn't be more thrilled at this moment. They were finally legally married. Although Tang Yunfan and Gu Man weren't young anymore, Tang Yunfan still had a burning desire for sex. Since they were married now, he could enjoy sex with her as much as he liked. He had waited for this moment for 19 years. His family and friends had even believed that he could be a gay during the past 18 years. It all changed since Gu Man appeared. In fact, Tang Yunfan couldn't wait to enjoy the sexual side of marriage with Gu Man. However, he had to wait till they were married, in case it left a bad impression on Gu Man. Most of the invited guests didn't see Gu Man's face until now. When they saw her face, they were all surprised. They couldn't believe that the bride had already fallen in love with Tang Yunfan 19 years ago. She looked so young. In other people's eyes, Gu Man only looked 30 at the most. It was just a suitable age to get married nowadays. Women nowadays prefer to get married at a later age, so a 30-year-old bride was still young. Jesus, the bride looks so young. I think she's only 30 or so. How does she take care of her skin? I'm so curious about it. Me too. There was no woman who didn't care about her appearance, because women, especially aged women, were all afraid that their husbands might abandon them for young girls. Men all loved beautiful, energetic young girls, and only a few men would stay loyal to their wives. Especially in rich families, it wasn't a secret that rich men mostly had a mistress or two. Some of their wives didn't discover it yet, while some had to pretend that they knew nothing about it. Even though the wives felt sad and hurt, they could do nothing about it. They didn't have a job, nor could they live on their own. It was impossible for them to get a divorce and live a simple life without luxuries. At the same time, there were also many beautiful young girls who were too lazy to work and sold their bodies for money. In that case, those aged women who married a rich husband would refuse to have a divorce. They were already used to living a luxurious life, and had children as their hope. When their husbands had had enough, they might still have an intact family. Although they often went to beauty salons, they didn't see obvious effects. However, they had to spend a lot of money on their appearances regardless of the effects. I don't think that she has really taken good care of her skin. It's the effect of her makeup, Zhang Yutong's mother said with obvious jealousy. She couldn't tolerate the fact that someone the same age as her was richer, and even prettier than her. Besides, she also had many bad comments on those beautiful young girls. She was jealous of Gu Man because Gu Man was able to marry into the Tang family. Gu Man became her relative to some extent. Without good skin, the makeup wouldn't be so useful. I think she's a natural beauty, Jiang Jimin's mother said. In the Jiang family, not only did Jiang Jimin and Jiang Yutong argue against each other as long as they met, but their mothers also disliked one another. Jiang Jimin's mother wasn't as beautiful as Jiang Yutong's mother, but Jiang Jimin was prettier and more successful than Jiang Yutong. Therefore, Jiang Yutong's mother would mock Jiang Jimin's mother's aged face, while Jiang Jimin's mother would show off Jiang Jimin's achievements. As a result, neither of them could win. Jiang Yutong's mother was mad. Oh right, someone is too old to hide the wrinkles on her face, so the makeup is useless for her. Jiang Jimin's mother was furious and also retorted, "You're only 5 years younger than me, and you'll be old too in the near future with countless wrinkles on your face. So what? There are no wrinkles on my face right now at least," Jiang Yutong's mother said, but she was actually very annoyed. Jiang Jimin's mother closed her mouth, because they were at the wedding held by the Tang family now. She was unwilling to cause trouble here. Compared with Jiang Yutong's mother, Jiang Jimin's mother behaved better. On the other side of the hall, A group of noble ladies were talking about skincare products. I don't know how the bride takes care of her skin, but I do know a skincare brand which is super effective. Really? What is it? Tell us now. No woman wanted to miss this good news. It's called Cozy, and is produced by Colane in the capital. Although it isn't very famous yet, it's quite popular. I read many comments about it on the internet, and most women think that it's very safe and effective. Cozy? Where can I buy it? You can find counters of Cozy in every large shopping mall. But I bought it from a beauty salon named Kame Beauty Salon. Kame has a large membership, and you have to get a reservation 2 or 3 days in advance before you go there to enjoy their services. Look, the woman in a purple gown standing over there is the manager of Kame. Actually, there were many loyal fans of Kame Beauty Salon and Cozy now. It was very easy for a good brand to gain fame as long as it had high quality. Customers were walking ads after all. Nobody wanted to be deceived by fake advertisements on the TV or the internet. Oh, how come the manager of Kame Beauty Salon was also invited? Several women were surprised to know that, because Kame Beauty Salon was hardly comparable to the Tang family's business. In fact, not every invited guest at this party was either super rich or powerful. Some were just senior staff members of Tang Huang. Although Tang Huang was a very successful company, its senior staff members were merely ordinary people in other guests' eyes. Therefore, those women were surprised to know that the manager of Kame was also invited, but didn't think that it was impossible. Is Kame Beauty Salon also owned by Tang Huang? Kame Beauty Salon wasn't dominant in the industry, but it provided high-end products and services anyway. It could be the leading company in the industry with Tang Huang's help and support in the future. I don't think so. The manager of Kame Beauty Salon could have a relationship with the Tang family, or its boss has. No matter what, I'll give it a try tomorrow. If it's really so effective, I'll apply for a membership too. I'll go with you. Several women agreed to try it together. I believe that you'll fall in love with it once you try it, because I have already introduced it to many of my friends. They all love it. Cozy indeed became popular among rich women. On the stage, Gu Man already stood in front of Tang Yunfan, and the host handed the microphone to Gu Qinyang to let him address the guests. It was part of the ceremony, so Gu Qinyang was well prepared. He took the microphone and said to Tang Yunfan, "Yunfan, our father passed away many years ago, so I, as Man's older brother, stand here on behalf of our father. During the past 19 years, Man and Ningning have been through a lot. As a great mother, Man never complains about it. I also feel guilty that I haven't helped them at all. On the contrary, they have helped me a lot." As a great mother? What Gu Qinyang just said caused a sensation among the crowd. The bride already has a daughter? Tang Yunfan had just said that the bride also stayed single for him, which meant that the girl must be their daughter. Chairman Tang has a daughter? He said that the bride also stayed single for him during the past 18 years, so I believe that the girl must be Chairman Tang's daughter. I don't think so. I don't believe that a woman could stay single for a man for 18 years. Me neither. The girl must be the daughter of the bride and another man. If so, Chairman Tang must love the bride very much for him to be willing to accept her daughter with another man. I agree. They discussed in a low voice, so others didn't hear their discussion. However, Gu Ning was able to hear them because she stood near to them. After hearing their discussion about Gu Man, Gu Ning was displeased. Leng Xiaoting also had good hearing, but he didn't have the help of jade eyes like Gu Ning, so he wasn't able to clearly hear those women's discussion. He only noticed Gu Ning's displeased face, and went to hold her hand at once. What's wrong? Gu Ning simply shook her head, and said nothing. She hated to hear those women's discussion about Gu Man, but she had to admit that it made sense because only a few women had the ability to live with loneliness and also stay loyal to her beloved man. Anyway, the truth would soon come out. Yunfan, I know you'll treat Man and Ningning very well, so there is no need for me to say anything more about that, but you should be aware of Ningning's personality. If you dare to treat Man badly, Ningning will take Man away from you, Gu Qinyang said at the end. It was what Gu Ning told him to say. Although Gu Ning knew that Tang Yunfan wouldn't treat Gu Man badly, she still needed to do that. Hearing that, Tang Yunfan got nervous. He glanced at Gu Ning, who was under the stage, and Gu Ning made a face at him, which amused and annoyed him. His daughter was so naughty. He believed that Gu Ning was able to keep her word, but he would never give her that chance. I won't give Ningning the chance to take Man away from me. I promise that Ningning herself will not be willing to leave our family and her biological father, Tang Yunfan said with confidence. Gu Ning laughed with happiness. Knowing that Gu Ning was Tang Yunfan's biological daughter, everyone was surprised again. It was hard to believe that Gu Man could stay single and raise their daughter alone for so many years. Moreover, Gu Ning grew up to be so outstanding. In the past, it was unacceptable for an unmarried woman to raise a kid alone. So Gu Man must be mentally strong. Many people agreed that Gu Man was indeed a great mother. Glad to hear that, Gu Qinyang said, then gave the microphone back to the host before he left the stage. Please present the ring, the host said. Without delay, Gu Ning walked towards the stage with the ring on a tray in her hands. Once she showed up, she became the focus of people's attention, because she was too attractive to be ignored. Jesus, is Gu Ning their daughter? People suddenly realized that Ningning could be Gu Ning. Because Gu Ning was wearing makeup now, she didn't look very similar to Tang Yunfan. No way. Some people couldn't believe it. Whether they believed it or not, it turned out to be true that Tang Yunfan, Gu Man and Gu Ning were a family of three. Gu Ning stopped in front of Tang Yunfan, and Gu Man felt a little shy being stared at by her daughter. Now, Mr. Tang, please confess your love to the bride with the ring, the host said. Hearing that, Tang Yunfan picked the ring and said to Gu Man, Man, I owe you too much, and I know it's impossible for me to fully make it up to you. Please give me a chance to take care of you and our daughter. I love you. Man, will you marry me? Afterwards, Tang Yunfan knelt down before Gu Man. He had proposed to Gu Man before, but was willing to do it again at their wedding ceremony. Gu Man burst into tears of joy and repeatedly nodded. Tang Yunfan also beamed and put the ring on her finger. They got another round of thunderous applause. After that, Gu Man also put a ring on Tang Yunfan's finger. Gu Ning didn't leave the stage, because she was also an important figure of today's ceremony. Tang Yunfan turned to hold the microphone again, and said to the guests in the hall, Well, today isn't only the wedding day of me and my wife, but it's also the day when my daughter, Ningning, officially returns to our family. Saying that, Tang Yunfan looked at Gu Ning with his eyes full of love. However, people under the stage were all shocked. Although they had had that thought, none of them actually believed it. And then it turned out to be true. Jiang Yutong's mother, Tang Jiyu, and Tang Jiyu's mother were struck dumb after hearing the shocking news. If Gu Ning was Tang Yunfan's biological daughter, they had to give up the idea of stealing Leng Xiaoting away from Gu Ning. If Tang Yunfan found out that they had that idea, they would be severely punished. Tang Yunfan wasn't weak at all. Sun Xiangfei glanced at Zhou Guangrui at this moment. He couldn't be more jealous of Zhou Guangrui right now. It seemed like Zhou Guangming was doomed to fail in the competition against Zhou Guangrui. Mom, is it? Tang Jiyu rounded her eyes in shock. She was reluctant to give up such an outstanding young man. Jiyu, I think that you better give up the idea. We can't mess with Tang Yunfan, Tang Jiyu's mother said in fear. Jiang Yutong had no intention to steal Leng Xiaoting away from Gu Ning, so she didn't mind it, but her mother felt quite disappointed. However, they had to accept the truth. Man, thank you so much for giving me such a beautiful and smart daughter. She's made so many great achievements at such an early age. Even I, as her father, feels inferior to her, but I'm also proud of her. She's established Jade Beauty Jewelry, Charm, Fenghua Entertainment and so forth all on her own. We didn't help her at all. Tang Yunfan was unwilling to let people think that Gu Ning relied on the Tang family to build her business empire. Gu Ning didn't care about that, but she felt touched that Tang Yunfan was so considerate. It was unavoidable that people might think that the Tang family had helped Gu Ning a lot after her family connection with the Tang family was revealed. Compared with Gu Ning, the Tang family was too influential to be ignored. And people heard more about the Tang family than Gu Ning. Because Gu Ning was too young, it was hard for others to believe that she could become so successful all on her own. In that case, it was necessary for Tang Yunfan to make it clear that Gu Ning was an independent girl. In fact, if Gu Ning hadn't become so outstanding among her peers, the Tang family wouldn't have paid attention to her. It sounded cruel, but it was reality. Tang Yunfan added, "To be honest with you, Ningning has more powerful connections than the Tang family does." Hearing that, people were astonished again, but soon figured out that Gu Ning had gained a lot of help from her connections that she made when she built her business empire. Shangshi, Jinlin, and Tanghuang were all large corporations with hundreds of billions of yuan in assets. In addition, the two corporations owned by the two biggest gangs in the country were also very profitable. People had heard that Gu Ning maintained a good relationship with the two corporations owned by the Kirin gang and the Qing gang. What they didn't know was that Gu Ning actually had a close relationship with the leaders of the two gangs. At this moment, Tang Haifeng walked over and said, "I need to share something with all of you today. I visited City Tung before the New Year festival, but had a heart attack just as I walked out of the airport. Fortunately, Ningning was also at the airport and she saved my life. I noticed that she closely resembled Yunfan." In the following minutes, Tang Haifeng told everyone how he got to know Gu Ning and what had happened between them. All in all, Gu Ning had already become successful before she met the members of the Tang family. It proved that she had the ability to run her business on her own. Although Ningning just returned to our family and we've been absent from her life for nearly 19 years, she's still a very important figure in our family. She has the same right to inherit our family's property as the other grandchildren. Tang Haifeng said. The last sentence was the point. Many people believe that Gu Ning wasn't important in the Tang family because she didn't grow up with the other family members, even though she was Tang Yunfan's biological daughter. Therefore, they were all shocked after hearing what Tang Haifeng just said. To their astonishment, Gu Ning held a high position in the Tang family. Gu Man was also surprised. Although she married into the Tang family, and Gu Ning was Tang Yunfan's biological daughter, she had no intention to let Gu Ning inherit the Tang family's property. In fact, she was unwilling to see Gu Ning inherit the Tang family's property, because it would make people think that they returned to the Tang family for money. At the same time, many people turned to look at Tang Yunhong's family, especially Tang Jiayang and Tang Jiakai. Tang Yunfan had no children before, so the brothers would inherit the Tang family's property in the future. Even though Tang Yunfan built Tanghuang up all on his own and the other members of the Tang family already had many shares in it, the successor should still be a member of the Tang family. However, Gu Ning appeared now, and Tang Haifeng announced that she also had the right of inheritance, which meant that she was going to get a share of the Tang family's property. Given Gu Ning's previous achievements, she was more likely to be chosen as the heiress of Tanghuang. The brothers, on the other hand, could lose their chance. While people thought that Tang Jiayang and Tang Jiakai would be jealous of Gu Ning, neither of them showed any jealousy. On the contrary, they seemed to be satisfied with their grandfather's decision. Both of them were aware that Tang Yunfan was the one who brought Tanghuang to success, and the Tang family relied on him to become so influential today. Moreover, Tang Yunfan and Tang Yunhang supported each other along the way as close brothers. There was no conflict between them at all. Nevertheless, onlookers had the opposite idea. They didn't think that Tang Jiayang and Tang Jiakai could really be as calm as they looked. The Tang family owned hundreds of billions of yuan in wealth. Even if Gu Ning couldn't be the heiress of the Tang family, she might still get nearly 30 billion yuan from the Tang family's property. It was an unusually high number. Although City B was an advanced city with countless rich people, there was still a huge gap between common rich people and super rich people. Besides, there were a lot more ordinary people in City B. Even those guests who were present today couldn't be as rich. Gu Ning wasn't surprised by Tang Haifeng's decision, and she was prepared for it. "Thank you, Grandpa, for your love and care. But I must make an official announcement right now. Right here in front of everyone. I'm willing to give up the right of inheritance of the Tang family's property." Once Gu Ning finished, everyone was stunned. None of them could believe their ears. "No way. Is she going to give up the right to inherit the Tang family's property? I can't believe it. She can get at least 30 billion yuan. Doesn't she like money? I think that it's just a show for outsiders. People began to discuss Gu Ning's words. The members of the Tang family, however, believed Gu Ning, because they knew that Gu Ning didn't lack money at all. In addition, they also wanted to show their sincerity by giving Gu Ning the right of inheritance. It was up to Gu Ning whether she was willing to accept it or not. Even though the members of the Tang family were aware that Gu Ning wasn't greedy at all, they were still surprised when she rejected the Tang family's property. Gu Man, on the other hand, felt relieved, because she didn't want Gu Ning to accept it either. Only Leng Xiaoting, Gaoyi and Xiaoye stayed calm. In fact, Gu Ning's companies were a lot more profitable than others could believe. She also preferred to gain whatever she wanted by working hard for it. Leng Xiaoting knew what Gu Ning was going to do today, because he had helped Gu Ning turn to a professional lawyer, who was also the exclusive lawyer of Shangshi, for help. He also supported Gu Ning to reject the Tang family's property. Actually, Leng Xiaoting alone had the same amount of assets as the Tang family, and he was willing to give his property to Gu Ning as long as she wanted. There was no need for Gu Ning to take over the Tang family's business. Leng Xiaoting alone could satisfy her needs. Hao Ran and the others were also shocked at the beginning, but they soon figured out that Gu Ning wasn't an ordinary girl. She was already super rich. In addition, she was still very young, and had a bright future ahead. I understand that many of you might not believe my words, so I hired a lawyer and set up a contract beforehand. We can sign it right now, Gu Ning said. Gu Ning indeed had no intention to have a share of the Tang family's property. She preferred to fight for what she wanted on her own. And as Tang Yunfan's biological daughter, she would receive a lot of valuable things. As long as they weren't too expensive, she would accept them. People under the stage were shocked once more by what Gu Ning just said. They were surprised to hear that she had already prepared the contract and a lawyer. Nobody dared to criticize her again. In fact, most of them were simply jealous of Gu Ning. It was impossible for them to reject so much wealth. It wasn't uncommon for biological brothers or sisters to compete against each other for the right to inherit. However, members of the Tang family were different. The Tang family valued familial love above money. Even if Gu Ning was going to take over Tanghuang, they wouldn't disagree with it at all as long as she had the ability to run it well. They believed that Gu Ning was able to do that. The members of the Tang family were also astonished by Gu Ning's decision. They had never told Gu Ning that they were going to do this before. But Gu Ning understood what they were going to do and was well prepared for it. Gu Ning knew that she would join the Tang family sooner or later, so it was necessary for her to be fully prepared for her future. Ning, you don't have to do that, Tang Haifeng said. He was aware that Gu Ning was adamant. Since she already made her decision, nobody could change her mind. Tang Haifeng felt proud of his granddaughter, but also felt a little upset. Grandpa, you know me better than anyone else, and you must be aware that I have the ability to make a lot of money on my own. I also want to rely on myself to build my business empire, Gu Ning said with determination. It was true that Tang Haifeng knew more about Gu Ning's business than anyone else in the Tang family. There were more companies than just Jade Beauty Jewelry, Charm, and Fenghua Entertainment under Gu Ning's name. Gu Ning also owned Shangyun Antique Store in Colane. The most profitable company she owned was the colorful jade provider in Citytung, which only a few people were aware of. She had replaced the Wang family and became one of the 3 largest raw material developers in Citytung. Colorful Jade Provider alone had a net worth of tens of billions of yuan. Jade Beauty Jewelry was also very popular now, and its net worth should be around 2 billion yuan at least. There were many real antiques placed in Shangyun Antique Store too, and each of them was worth millions of yuan. In addition, Gu Ning had stored many more real antiques in her telepathic eye space. Colane and Cozy were becoming increasingly famous as well. Within a month, Colane made the greatest sales in the industry, and the numbers could be even higher in the future. Cozy was even more popular among women, and it was very easy to make money from women, so Cozy was super profitable. Before Gu Ning took over Colane, it only had dozens of millions of yuan in assets, but it grew to be a big company of over 100 million yuan in assets now. Many businessmen tried to invest in Colane, but Gu Ning turned their offers down. Gu Ning would only cooperate with them. She also laid down a condition that the pharmaceutical factory had to be hers. Ning Chongkai would be in charge of that. They couldn't let more people find out about the magical power after all. Many businessmen were annoyed by the strict conditions, but they couldn't do anything about it. Charm and Fenghua Entertainment weren't dominant now, but they were still growing fast. In that case, Gu Ning was confident that she could make as much money as she wanted on her own. She also had a pair of jade eyes. Nobody else could be as successful as her at such an early age. If Tang Haifeng found out more about Gu Ning's business, he would be even more astonished than now. Others in the hall, however, were curious. They wondered how many companies Gu Ning already owned. However, only the Tang family could know more details. Hao Ran and the others understood that Gu Ning was involved in many industries, but Gu Ning didn't tell them many details. It was obvious that Gu Ning wasn't willing to make it public yet. What does she mean? No idea, but I'm so curious about it. I bet that she has more companies under her name. She's so unbelievable. Right. I can't believe that she's able to be so successful at such a young age. People began to talk about Gu Ning's business empire. Well, as one of the grandchildren of our family, you were born to have the right to inherit our family's property, Tang Haifeng said. I know, but I'm willing to give it up, Gu Ning said in a serious tone. Grandpa, I also need to ask you for a favor. I would rather keep my current name because I've used it for nearly 19 years, and I don't want to change it. She was already used to her surname and disliked the family name Tang. There is no need to include me into the Tang family's family register, but include my mom. I'm doing that for a reason, but I'm afraid that I can't tell you all right now, Gu Ning added. Hearing that, everyone was stunned, including members of the Tang family. It was understandable that Gu Ning preferred to keep her current name because she had used it for nearly 19 years after all. However, it was confusing that she was unwilling to join the Tang family's family register. No matter how curious those guests were, they couldn't ask that question as outsiders. As for members of the Tang family, they chose to agree with Gu Ning on that. Anyway, it wouldn't change the fact that she was Tang Haifeng's biological granddaughter. Fine, since it's your decision, we'll listen to you. Tang Haifeng sighed with disappointment. He still felt a little hurt that his biological granddaughter was unwilling to join their family register. Afterwards, Gu Ning, as the daughter of the newlywed couple, had to give a speech to her parents. Dad, I'm going to attend the National College Entrance Examination, and the Capital University is my target. From now on, I won't have much time to stay with you, so please take good care of my mother. She's a great mother and she has been through a lot because of me. If you don't treat my mother well, I'll take her away from you, Gu Ning said. I won't give you that chance. Tang Yunfan made a serious promise. He was deeply in love with Gu Man, and it was impossible that he would treat her badly. Male members of the Tang family were all loyal to their partners. Tang Yunhang and Jiang Lihua were a loving couple too. Great, I trust you, Gu Ning said with a smile. After that, Gu Ning said to Gu Man, Mom, you should also take good care of yourself and my dad. Grandpa and everyone in the Tang family, I wish you all the best. As long as Tang Yunfan and the other members of the Tang family took good care of Gu Man, Gu Ning would be grateful to them and also care about them. Don't worry about me. I will, Gu Man said. In the following minutes, the newlywed couple needed to serve Tang Haifeng a cup of tea. Gu Man called Tang Haifeng father and Tang Haifeng gave each of them a red envelope for luck to finish the part of this ceremony. Afterwards, the members of the Tang family had to present their gifts to the bride. They had all prepared great gifts, and Gu Ning was the last one who showed her gift to her mother. She took out a jewelry case and handed it to Gu Man. Mom, happy wedding day. This is a set of blue stone jewelry and, saying that, Gu Ning turned to look at the lawyer. The lawyer walked over, then gave Gu Ning a folder along with a pen. Gu Ning handed them to Gu Man and said, Mom, this is the contract of shares transfer. Once you sign this, you'll be the owner of Kamei Beauty Salon. When people heard that Gu Ning sent a set of blue stone jewelry to Gu Man, they weren't surprised at all because Gu Ning was very rich. However, everyone was astonished when they heard that Gu Ning was going to give Kamei Beauty Salon to Gu Man. In addition, they were also shocked that Kamei Beauty Salon was owned by Gu Ning. It seemed like Gu Ning indeed had more companies under her name without people knowing about it at all. Gu Man was aware that Gu Ning was going to give Kamei Beauty Salon to her, so she happily signed her name on the contract. People under the stage began to discuss it again. No way! Kamei Beauty Salon is also Gu Ning's property. Jesus, she's a talented businesswoman. I'm short of words now. Well, since Mrs. Tang is the owner of Kamei Beauty Salon now, we can apply for membership to form a good relationship with Mrs. Tang. That's a good idea. I agree. Many rich wives thought that this was a good chance for them to form a good relationship with Gu Man, because she just married into the Tang family. Given the Tang family's influence, Kamei Beauty Salon would attract more super-rich consumers. Gu Ning also had the intention to let those rich wives and noble ladies know that Gu Man was now the owner of Kamei Beauty Salon. It was a win-win for everyone. After signing the contract, the party began, and everyone started to enjoy it. Gu Man was always kind and gentle even though she just became Mrs. Tang, which left a good impression on others. Many people thought that Gu Man would be arrogant once she married into the Tang family, but she did the opposite. In fact, nobody liked arrogant people, and no one would be willing to please an arrogant person except for benefits. The members of the Tang family also kept a low profile, and they were polite to others all the time. It wasn't difficult to be acquaintances of them, but it was very hard to be their friends. Mrs. Tang, may I know your age? A noble lady asked Gu Man curiously. Gu Man wasn't used to the title of Mrs. Tang yet, so she felt a little nervous when others addressed her in that way. I'm 39 this year, Gu Man said. Gu Man understood why other women were curious about her age. Although the others already knew that Gu Man must be around 40 now because Gu Ning was 19 this year, they were still surprised to hear that Gu Man was 39. Really? You look much younger than your real age. How do you take care of your skin? I can't believe that you're 39. Me neither. None of those rich wives and noble ladies could believe it. They thought that it probably had something to do with Kamei Beauty Salon or Cozy, but they still wanted to hear the answer from Gu Man's mouth. Gu Man felt happy that others were complimenting her. She smiled and said, I only use Cozy, and my skin has gotten better and better over time after using it. She wasn't advertising Cozy. It was the truth. However, she didn't tell them that she was taking power crystals at the same time, because Gu Ning told her to keep it a secret. Gu Ning didn't want others to turn to her to buy magical power for their appearances, because magical power was more useful and meaningful to save one's life. Even though she had a lot of magical power now, she wasn't sure when she would run out of it, so she preferred to use it to do some meaningful things. Cozy alone was enough to satisfy their need to get prettier. Although Cozy wasn't as effective as the magical power, it was still excellent at anti-aging. Knowing that it was Cozy, those rich wives and noble ladies couldn't wait a second to try it. They refused to age, even though it was unstoppable. Unfortunately, they were at an important party now, so they couldn't leave. The party would be over around 7 p.m., and they planned to buy a set of Cozy tonight. Thinking of that, they got excited. Hey boss! Hao Ran, Pan Zirwei and the others said while walking towards Gu Ning. When Pan Zirwei and Hao Ran heard each other call Gu Ning their boss, they were struck dumb for a second. Hi, let me introduce you. This is Pan Zirwei. We met in City B. These are all his friends Guanbin, Zhou Guangrui, Hu Hao and Zhou Yongkong, Gu Ning said to Hao Ran and the others. Afterwards, she turned to Pan Zirwei. They're all my good friends from my school. Hao Ran Muku, Chu Peihan, Qin Zixuan, Yu Mixi Su Anya, and Ian Zhang Tianping. They greeted one another, then casually chatted together in a group. Du Yujin stood afar and felt jealous of them. He wished that he could be Gu Ning's friend. After a while, Pan Zirwei's parents and his older brother also walked to Gu Ning. Pan Zirwei's older brother was almost fully recovered, and he was able to move all on his own. which shocked the medical field of City B. If Gu Ning hadn't told Pan Zirwei to tell the doctors that it was impossible for them to find out the formula of the medicine, those doctors wouldn't have given up studying it. Many medical experts had tried to figure out why the medicine was so effective, but they all failed. Miss Gu, I'm so surprised to hear that you're Lord Tang's biological daughter, Pan Zirwei's father said. Well, it won't make any difference. I'll still be me, Gu Ning said airily. She had no intention to gain benefits with the help of the Tang family's influence. Actually, she would rather keep it a secret, because it would be more convenient for her to run her business without too many people paying attention to her. However, if she did that, Tang Haifeng and Tang Yunfan would be disappointed, so she could only set a condition that the media couldn't be involved. Given her fame now, it would go viral within a short time once the media reported her real identity. A super-rich family like the Tang family would normally invite the media to show up at parties. Gu Ning hoped that there could be fewer people who knew her real identity. Tang Haifeng agreed with Gu Ning on that, because he understood that Gu Ning didn't want to attract too much attention. Haha, right? Pan Zirwei's father said and laughed. He admired Gu Ning's confident attitude. I was thinking of greeting you just then, but you were very busy. I haven't gotten a chance to thank you in person yet. Gu Ning had saved Pan Zirwei's older brother's life after all. Miss Gu, thank you so much for your help, Pan Zirwei's older brother said. Since Pan Zirwei is my friend, I'm glad to help you. It's not a big deal and we can drop this topic, Gu Ning said with a smile. All right, Miss Gu, if you need us in the future, feel free to let us know, Pan Zirwei's father said. Although Pan Zirwei's father understood that it wasn't very likely that Gu Ning would need his help in the future, he was showing with his attitude that he sided with Gu Ning. Thanks and cheers. Gu Ning smiled, and they raised their glasses with one accord. When the others saw the Pan family chatting with Gu Ning with a broad smile, they knew that the Pan family had a close relationship with her. People who were invited to join today's party all had a certain relationship with the Tang family, but mostly only for benefits. Therefore, many of them got jealous of the Pan family because the Pan family could have a close relationship with Gu Ning. The Pan family didn't chat with Gu Ning for long, and soon walked away. A while later, Tang Yunrong and some relatives of the Tang family, including Tang Jiyu and her mother, walked over to chat with Gu Ning. They were all females. Tang Jiyu and her mother felt quite uneasy facing Gu Ning and Leng shouting now. Gu Ning clearly noticed that Tang Jiyu already gave up the idea of stealing Leng shouting away from her, so she didn't show any dislike towards Tang Jiyu. Since Tang Jiyu already gave up, there was no need for Gu Ning to make an enemy. They chatted with Gu Ning for a short while, then walked away. Several young noble ladies came to talk with Gu Ning too. Some of them were very kind, but some kept glancing at Leng shouting. Gu Ning felt displeased but said nothing because they did nothing, nor did they try to strike up a conversation with Leng shouting. They were attracted to Leng shouting, but they were more afraid of Gu Ning's family background now. Tang Haifeng and several seniors left the party halfway, because they needed to have a rest. After they had left for a short time, an unwanted guest came into the hall. She was a gorgeous woman in her early 30s, and she dressed herself up in quite a noticeable way. Therefore, people couldn't help but glance at her when she showed up, but they didn't know that she actually just came inside. There were hundreds of people in the hall after all. The woman walked towards Tang Yunfan, but Tang Yunfan frowned with dislike the second he saw her. Why is she here? Chairman Tang, why was I not invited to your wedding? It breaks my heart, the woman said to Tang Yunfan once she walked near. It sounded like they had a secret relationship with each other. Many people's sight fell on the woman's body, and she deliberately raised her voice when she talked to Tang Yunfan, so a lot of guests in the hall paid attention to her and Tang Yunfan now. The next second, they turned to look at Gu Man to see her reaction. Gu Man trusted and loved Tang Yunfan, so she wasn't suspicious of him and stayed calm. Tang Yunfan, however, was worried that Gu Man might be annoyed. He gave her a glance, then relaxed a little when he saw that she was calm. Gu Ning also trusted Tang Yunfan, and she understood that this woman came here to cause trouble. She wouldn't interfere in it, because it was more suitable to let Tang Yunfan handle it. However, if the woman dared to annoy Gu Man, Gu Ning would teach her a lesson. I don't think that you should be invited given the Han family's relationship with the Tang family, Tang Yunfan said. Hearing that, the woman wasn't mad at all. You're right, the Tang family has many conflicts with the Han family in business, but it shouldn't affect our personal relationship. Many people didn't know the woman's family background until now, and they were all surprised. The Han family was the richest family in City Q. Although it wasn't as rich as the Tang family, there was only a small gap between the two families' wealth and influence. Han Wenling was the well-known Miss Han, who was talented at running businesses in the Han family, and she was 34 now. Although Han Wenling was a woman, she was the sole heiress of the Han family. And precisely because of her importance, she was still unmarried. The Han family wouldn't force her to marry a man she didn't love, but she fell in love with a man she shouldn't be in love with. The man was Tang Yunfan. It wasn't a secret that Han Wenling admired Tang Yunfan, and that she had chased him for a long time. But Tang Yunfan never paid much attention to her. Han Wenling and Tang Yunfan had competed against each other in business many times before, but Tang Yunfan was always the winner after overcoming difficulties. In the beginning, Han Wenling simply regarded Tang Yunfan as a strong competitor, but she slowly fell in love with him. Han Wenling also had many admirers, but she only cared about Tang Yunfan. To her astonishment, Tang Yunfan got married at short notice, which was unacceptable in her eyes. Nobody had told her that Tang Yunfan was going to be married so soon. She had been abroad a while ago, so she missed the news that Tang Yunfan had already proposed to Gu Man. Therefore, it was too late when she flew home once she heard the shocking news that Tang Yunfan's wedding was held today. The wedding hadn't begun yet when she arrived at City B, but she needed time to dress herself up because she was reluctant to be less noticeable than the bride. Even though Tang Yunfan didn't love her, she still had hope that he might change his mind. She was also curious about the woman he married. When she saw Gu Man, she had to admit that Gu Man looked very attractive and gentle. It was obvious that Tang Yunfan only loved gentle, kind women. Miss Han, please don't say something that might cause misunderstanding here. I don't have a personal relationship with you. If you came here to share our happiness, we're glad to have you, but I'm afraid that you can't stay here if you plan to cause us trouble, Tang Yunfan said in a cold tone. Chairman Tang, don't be so nervous. Are you afraid that the bride might misunderstand our relationship? Han Wenling laughed a little. It sounded as if she thought that it was amusing. After that, her sight fell on Gu Man, which made Gu Man feel uneasy, but Han Wenling showed obvious disdain. The bride is indeed very beautiful, but behaves like a coward. Han Wenling was a strong, successful businesswoman, so ordinary people were barely comparable to her. Gu Man was just an ordinary woman, so she felt stressed when facing Han Wenling. Gu Ning only squinted at Han Wenling but said nothing. Tang Yunfan, however, protected Gu Man behind his back without delay, which hurt Han Wenling's feelings. Miss Han, my wife is just an ordinary person. She isn't as competitive as you. Since you didn't come here to share the happiness with us, you should leave now, Tang Yunfan said. He was chasing her away. In fact, Tang Yunfan did his best to stay polite to Han Wenling. If it hadn't been his wedding day today, he would have been violent. He only looked gentle and kind towards his family. If anyone else dared to hurt someone he cared about, he could be aggressive and cold-blooded in an instant. Han Wenling felt quite hurt, but still pretended to be fine on the surface. Chairman Tang, relax. I'm not going to fight against you. I'm merely curious about what kind of woman you would marry, and I'm surprised to know that your wife is just an ordinary woman. She still despised Gu Man. Although Tang Yunfan loved gentle and kind women, Han Wenling despised that kind of woman, and was a strong woman whether it was on the exterior or in the interior. In Han Wenling's eyes, weak women could only rely on men to live their lives. She didn't think that men were reliable, and believed that women should be independent. Han Wenling had tried to be a gentle, weak woman when she fell in love with a man back in her university. In order to protect the man's self-esteem, she kept her family background secret. However, the man thought that she was too poor to be his girlfriend, and turned to a rich girl. Once she revealed her real identity, the shameless man came back to her and begged her to forgive him. She obviously wouldn't accept him. The unpleasant experience left a scar in her heart, and she didn't fall in love again until she met Tang Yunfan. She didn't fall in love with Tang Yunfan at first glance, but over time, she thought that he was a very outstanding man, and believed that they could be a perfect match. She was already used to being strong, and hated to please a man by pretending to be weak. She only wanted to attract a man with her own charm and ability. However, they had competed against each other for nearly 5 years, but she still failed to get Tang Yunfan to pay more attention to her. "I don't care whether she's successful or not as long as I love her," Tang Yunfan said with determination. Hearing that, Gu Man felt touched, but Han Wenling was hurt again. Very well. Han Wenling finally lost control of her emotions. "Tang Yunfan, I'm curious, why don't you like me at all? I don't think your bride has any features that are better than me. You know that I'm the heiress of the Han family, and we could be a perfect match." Han Wenling couldn't accept the fact that Tang Yunfan didn't choose her even though she was so good and outstanding. What? The heiress of the Han family? People around them were all shocked. They had all heard of the Han family, but not many of them were aware that Han Wenling loved Tang Yunfan. Even if Han Wenling loved Tang Yunfan, it wasn't something that people couldn't understand because Tang Yunfan was handsome and super rich. However, Han Wenling made an abrupt appearance today, so it was quite shocking. "Why should I choose you just because you're outstanding?" Tang Yunfan said with impatience. "Miss Han, I think you better leave now on your own, or I'll have to tell those bodyguards to send you out." If Han Wenling still refused to leave now, he would be violent. "You!" Han Wenling was heartbroken. Since Tang Yunfan became violent, there was no need for Han Wenling to stay here any longer. She was a proud woman, and she could still live her life well even though she couldn't get the man she wanted. Many of her admirers were also 1 in a million. She had plenty of good choices. "Fine, I will leave right now. Tang Yunfan, I admit that I like you, but you aren't the only one I want. I never lack quality men around me," Han Wenling said, then turned around striding away. Although it seemed like she didn't care about it at all, she wouldn't have come here if she really didn't care about it. Han Wenling didn't lack quality men, but she didn't have a man she really loved. Han Wenling wasn't invited, but was still able to get in here without anyone stopping her. Tang Yunfan understood she must have gotten in here with the help of an invited. "I'm sorry, everyone. Please continue to enjoy yourself, and I hope you're not affected by this brief interlude," Tang Yunfan said to the guests in the hall. "It's fine." All the guests showed that they didn't mind it and kept on drinking and chatting with each other. When Han Wenling walked out, Gu Ning followed her. "Ning Ning." Tang Yunfan wanted to stop her, but Ling shouting interrupted him. "Mr. Tang, it's fine. Ning Ning knows what she's doing." Tang Yunfan also understood that Gu Ning only did it to protect her mother, so he could only hope that it did not cause more trouble. "Please wait a second, Miss Han." Han Wenling heard a girl calling her from behind when she just reached the door of the hotel. Han Wenling stopped at once and composed herself. She turned and saw a beautiful young girl walking towards her. Although the girl didn't look aggressive at all, Han Wenling had a feeling that she wasn't a friend. "May I help?" Han Wenling asked with pride. "Yeah, can we have a talk?" Gu Ning said. Han Wenling left without causing more trouble, but Gu Ning was still worried that she might do something to hurt Gu Man in the future. She wasn't familiar with Han Wenling, so she thought that it was necessary for her to warn Han Wenling to stay away from Gu Man. "Who are you? Why should I talk to you?" Han Wenling said, and she was a little rude because she was in a terrible mood now. Gu Ning didn't mind it but said, "My name's Gu Ning, and I'm Tang Yunfan's biological daughter. Today is my parents' wedding day." "What? You're Tang Yunfan's biological daughter?" Han Wenling was shocked. She couldn't believe that Tang Yunfan already had a daughter. She thought that Tang Yunfan had never married before, so it was impossible for him to have a daughter. Is this girl a love child? Han Wenling thought to herself. "Can I talk to you right now?" Gu Ning asked again when Han Wenling wore an absent look. Oh sure, Han Wenling said. Well, please forgive me if I'm a little aggressive because we're merely strangers now. No matter how you feel about my father, don't do anything to hurt my mother, Gu Ning said without hesitation. When she said that, she released her magical power on purpose to make Han Wenling feel stressed in case Han Wenling didn't think about her words seriously. Although Han Wenling was also an outstanding strong woman, she was still amazed by Gu Ning's air of power. To her surprise, this young girl could be so powerful at such an early age. Han Wenling understood that Gu Ning was protecting her mother, but she was displeased at Gu Ning's warning because she didn't have the thought to hurt Gu Ning's mother at all. What are you thinking? I'm not the kind of person who plays dirty tricks to get what they want. Glad to hear that. Gu Ning didn't believe Han Wenling's words immediately, but from her attitude it seemed like she really didn't plan to hurt Gu Man. No matter what, Gu Ning had already warned her to stay away from Gu Man. If she dared to hurt Gu Man in the future, Gu Ning would teach her a lesson. It wasn't a nice conversation, but both of them appreciated each other's air of power. Oh, Miss Han, I noticed the scar on your wrist, Gu Ning said all of a sudden. Hearing that, Han Wenling was struck dumb for a second, and subconsciously hid her hand. She was surprised that Gu Ning found the scar on her wrist. She thought the bracelet could hide it well. She didn't cut herself, but it was caused by a fight when she was young. She was badly injured back then, so the wound left a scar. Although she didn't care much about it, she still hoped to remove it if it was possible. Gu Ning continued, Miss Han, if you want to remove it, I strongly recommend Colaine to you. It has a type of ointment which is very effective for all kinds of scars. If you don't believe me, you can search the brand on the internet to find out more about it. Gu Ning did that not only out of kindness, but because she hoped that it could reduce Han Wenling's hatred towards Gu Man. Han Wenling's eyes lit up at once. She was willing to try if it was really that effective. Miss Han, I do hope you can find a man who loves you and who you also want to spend the rest of your life with, Gu Ning said at the end, then walked back to the hall. Han Wenling moved her lips but said nothing. She wasn't stupid, and she understood that Gu Ning did it for Gu Man. But she didn't hate Gu Ning's behavior. In fact, if the ointment Gu Ning recommended to her was really effective, she would also be grateful to Gu Ning. She had tried many ointments before, but they didn't work well. Han Wenling held doubts about Gu Ning's advice. When she turned to walk out of the hotel, an idea dawned on her. Wait a moment, what's her name again?
Gu Ning.
Han Wenling suddenly felt like the name sounded very familiar and Gu Ning also looked quite familiar, but she couldn't remember where she had seen Gu Ning before. Oh, isn't the girl Goddess Gu? At this moment, an excited female voice sounded and reminded Han Wenling who Gu Ning was. Gu Ning was precisely Goddess Gu, the well-known, talented girl and popular idol on the internet. Han Wenling had heard a lot about Gu Ning, and she also admired Gu Ning's outstanding ability. Ever since Han Wenling was a little girl, she was always the most outstanding one among her peers. Unexpectedly, Gu Ning surpassed her. Most importantly, Gu Ning was also Tang Yunfan's biological daughter. Thinking of that, Han Wenling felt a little relieved, but it still took time for her to move on. Although she was curious about the fact that Tang Yunfan already had a biological daughter, she didn't want to waste her time on gossiping. Without hesitation, Han Wenling left the hotel. The girl is indeed Goddess Gu. She's so beautiful. I'm so regretful that I didn't take photos with her. When Gu Ning was back in the hall, Ling Xiaoting walked towards her at once. How was it? She said that she isn't the kind of person who plays dirty tricks to get what they want, Gu Ning said. Since she's the heiress of the Han family, I think she won't do anything that hurts the Han family's benefits. The Tang family isn't as influential as the Tang family after all, Ling Xiaoting said to comfort Gu Ning. Gu Ning had the same idea. Tang Yunfan understood that Gu Ning could solve the problem well, so he didn't ask Gu Ning about it when she got back. If Han Wenling really was going to do something to hurt Gu Man, Tang Yunfan was also able to stop her. The moment Han Wenling got in her car, she took out her phone to search for information on Colaine. She read countless positive comments on it, which surprised her. Han Wenling thought that she should probably try it. Without further ado, Han Wenling told her chauffeur to drive her to buy the ointment produced by Colane. However, they went to several pharmacies, but the ointment produced by Colane was all out of stock. It was too popular, so it was soon sold out. It took days for the pharmaceutical factory to produce more products, so she had to wait for a couple of days. Han Wenling was surprised again by its popularity, and even had the idea to cooperate with Colane. What she didn't know was that the owner of Colane was Gu Ning, and she might be disappointed if she knew that Gu Ning wouldn't cooperate with her. Han Wenling went to the largest pharmacy in the city afterwards, and finally bought the ointment. Once she applied it to the scar on her wrist, she felt quite comfortable. She hoped that it would work this time. In the end, Zhang Yutong got a chance to approach Tang Zhiyang when he walked out of the men's room.
Jiayang.
Zhang Yutong went to the ladies' room as well when Tang Zhiyang left for the men's room, so that it would seem to be a coincidence when she saw him outside. Tang Zhiyang knew it clearly, but couldn't say anything about it. "Hi," Tang Zhiyang said, then walked away at once. However, Zhang Yutong wouldn't let him leave alone, and followed him up without delay. "Zhiyang, when will you go back to country? Why?" "In a few days," Tang Zhiyang said. It was true that Tang Zhiyang would fly back to country Y in a few days, because he still needed to finish his education, and he also missed his girlfriend after being apart from her for nearly 2 months. "Why do you have to go back so soon?" Zhang Yutong raised her voice. "Zhiyang, can I visit you there during your vacation? I haven't been to country Y before."
Tang Jiayang Frauen.
"I'm sorry, I'm very busy during vacation and I'm about to graduate from my university, so I need to prepare for my internship." Tang Zhiyang was rejecting her. Zhang Yutong understood that and felt sad, but she didn't insist, in case Tang Zhiyang had a bad impression of her. "Yutong, why don't you go back to your parents' side? Or go chat with Jimin?" "I'm sorry, but I've gotta go," Tang Zhiyang said and left Jiang Jimin behind. Although Zhang Yutong was a little annoyed and very disappointed, she could do nothing about it, and watched Tang Zhiyang walking away. As the party came to an end, people were leaving. "Hey boss, are you free tonight? Why don't you hang out with us?" Pan Zhiwei asked Gu Ning. They hadn't gathered together for a long time after all. "You can go enjoy yourself. I need to deal with something else," Gu Ning said. "Fine, see you next time," Pan Zhiwei said and left with his friends. "Are you going back to the Tang family's house?" Chao Wenxin asked her. "Nope, we're going to watch a film. Will you go with us?" Gu Ning asked. She planned to watch a film with her friends. Infinite Horror was in theaters now, and Gu Ning had to watch it in a theater herself. Many people already had watched the films, and left many positive comments on it. The box office of the movie premiere wasn't huge, but wasn't bad either. It was very likely that it could attract more people to watch it in theaters. People who had already watched Infinite Horror all approved of it, which aroused more people's interest in it. Some people said that Infinite Horror was too scary and they almost peed. In addition, the story was very attractive too, which was rare to see among domestic movies. The editing of Infinite Horror was of high quality too, and it was highly possible for it to be a blockbuster. Even though the movie was super scary, many people still said that they were willing to watch it twice in theaters. As the movie became popular on the internet, more and more people bought tickets and looked forward to watching it. Some had even recorded several parts of the movie with their phones and posted them on Weibo, which attracted more people's attention. In that case, the movie tickets today were all booked. However, the Tang family owned a famous theater, so Gu Ning turned to Tang Yunfan for help, and the theater arranged a VIP screening room for them at once. The VIP screening room was empty most of the time, because it was usually occupied by those rich second-generation heirs for dates or proposals. "Movie? What movie?" Chao Wenxin was curious. "Why do you have to go to watch a movie with so many people?" In Chao Wenxin's eyes, they should go to a bar to have fun together. "Infinite Horror. It's already in theaters now. We can have some fun together after watching it," Gu Ning said. The movie was about 90 minutes long, and they could drive to Fengshang Shopping Mall. When the movie was over, it would be 9:30 p.m. at the latest, which was still early. They always enjoyed going out after 10 p.m. Oh, Chao Wenxin said. I'll join you. It's the first film produced by your company after all, and I must be supportive. Hearing that, Chao Wenxin's friends all said that they would go with them. What kind of film is it? Gao Qingyun asked. Horror film, Chao Wenxin said. Is it really scary? Jiang Zizheng stiffened in fear. Zhu Yuanjun rolled her eyes at Jiang Zizheng. Come on, be a man. What if your future girlfriend wants to watch a horror film and ask you to protect her? And Ran said. The others all laughed, but Jiang Zizheng was displeased and complained. Why can't men be afraid of horror films? I'm not the only man who's scared of horror films in this world. You're a coward, Zhu Yuanjun laughed. In fact, they had no idea how scary infinite horror was. If they had known that, they wouldn't have made fun of Jiang Zizheng. When the guests were almost gone, Jiang Yutong approached Tang Zhiyang again. Tang Zhiyang's friends had also left in their cars, and only Tang Jiakai stood by his side now. Zhiyang, why don't we go to watch a film together? I heard that there is a good horror film which is in theaters today, Jiang Yutong said and acted like a 3-year-old girl, but it didn't work in front of Tang Zhiyang. The good horror film Jiang Yutong wanted to watch was actually Infinite Horror. Thanks, but we need to deal with something else, Tang Zhiyang said. Actually, Tang Zhiyang was losing his patience, but he had to curb his anger. Tang Jiakai, however, couldn't stand it anymore. Jiang Yutong, can't you keep away from my older brother? If you want to watch the film, go watch it yourself. My older brother isn't single, and he already has a girlfriend. You should be aware of that. You! Jiang Yutong felt hurt and aggrieved. What? Stop pretending in front of us. We aren't idiots. If you dare to keep annoying my older brother, I promise that I'll get back at your family, Tang Jiakai said in a threatening tone. Jiang Yutong was mad, but didn't dare to argue against Tang Jiakai. Tang Jiakai had always known about Jiang Yutong's affection towards Tang Zhiyang, but he had never warned her before. On the contrary, he had even enjoyed it when Tang Zhiyang had to reject Jiang Yutong again and again. However, he had to stand out to chase Jiang Yutong away now. Without hesitation, Tang Jiakai pulled Tang Zhiyang and walked away. Jiang Jimin, who stood not too far away, walked to Jiang Yutong at this moment. She got another chance to laugh at Jiang Yutong today. Jiang Jimin wasn't a troublemaker, but she loved to make fun of Jiang Yutong, who was an enemy in her eyes. Do you still want to watch a film with your older cousin? Shouldn't you do that with your boyfriend? Jiang Jimin mocked. Leave me alone. Jiang Yutong vented her anger at Jiang Jimin. Even though she knew that it was meaningless, she couldn't help but approach Tang Zhiyang once she saw him. It wasn't easy for her to meet Tang Zhiyang, so she would seize every minute when they did meet. Why? Jiang Jimin sneered, then became serious. Didn't you hear? Jiakai warned you to keep away from Zhiyang. Don't cause any trouble for the Jiang family, and make me be punished for your stupid mistake. Jiang Jimin was unwilling to mess with the brothers. Jiang Jimin didn't care about Jiang Yutong at all, and she was unwilling to get involved in trouble because of Jiang Yutong. You! Jiang Yutong was furious but didn't know how to argue back. Tang Zhiyang and Tang Jiakai walked to Guning and her friends afterwards, and asked them what they planned to do next. They were still young and didn't want to go to sleep so early. Guning said that they planned to watch a film together first before they went to have fun later. Why do you all want to watch a film? Tang Zhiyang had no interest in movies. Chao Wenxi knocked her arm against him and said, It's the first film produced by Ningning's company. Oh! Tang Zhiyang realized that Guning had indeed made a film a while ago, but he didn't know that it was already in theaters today. Since he found out now, he had to join them. I'll go with you, Tang Zhiyang said. Me too. Tang Jiakai got interested. He had read many positive comments on Infinite Horror, so he was also curious about it. In addition, Guning was now a member of their family, and they should be supportive. Guning and the others went to change their clothes before they left for the theater. On the way to the theater, Hao Ran and the others read many comments about Infinite Horror on the internet. They felt happy that people liked it. Infinite Horror is really scary. I almost peed. Me too. I thought that I was going to have a heart attack. Don't watch it if you don't have a strong heart. Really. Be prepared for it before you walk into the theater. I'm already scared now. I just watched it with my boyfriend, and he carried me home on his back afterwards because I was too scared to stand still.
Ah.
Many internet users were amused by that comment. Thank you so much Fenghua Entertainment and Goddess Gu for producing such a great film. I went to watch it with the girl I've admired from afar for a long time. She was too scared and threw herself into my arms. We're boyfriend and girlfriend now. LOL. It was another amusing comment. Congratulations. I want to get a girlfriend in the same way, but I wonder whether the girl will throw herself into my arms too. Try it yourself and you'll find out.
Ah.
How Ran and the others laughed loudly in their car when they read the above comments. Jesus, if it's really so scary, I don't think I have the courage to watch it, Yumixi said. It's fine. We're all with you. If you feel scared, you can cover your ears and eyes, Muku said to comfort her. In fact, Muku wanted to say that he would be with her, but he felt too shy to say that. For now, Muku and Yumixi were in an unclear relationship. Muku still took special care of Yumixi, but hadn't told her about his real feelings towards her yet. However, even though he didn't say it aloud, Yumixi could feel it. She was happy about it, but also chose to keep quiet because the National College entrance examination was just around the corner. They had a tacit agreement that they would talk about it after the examination. How Ran and the others also left them some space. When Guning read those comments, she was also satisfied with the film's quality and influence. It was the first film produced by her entertainment company, and it was a great success. Many internet users also mentioned her on Weibo and left positive remarks on the film. Although Guning wasn't cast in the film, she was the investor, so many people also compliment her. As the film became popular, those major actors in it gained a lot of fame too. All of them were skilled actors, so the audience had a good impression of them. When good actors met suitable roles, it was very easy for them to attract people's attention. Some actors might be very good-looking and rely on publicity stunts to get publicity, but it wouldn't last long. Besides, people wouldn't have a good impression of them, which was harmful for their career in the future. The major actors in Infinite Horror, on the other hand, were unwilling to do publicity stunts. They had even fought against unspoken rules in the industry. The entertainment companies that Bai Lin and Han Lingshuan worked for had almost abandoned them, and they could only be supporting actors in shows. Without many chances to show their faces, the audience would soon forget them. However, once Infinite Horror became popular, Bai Lin and Han Lingshuan both won fame, and their agents didn't dare to ignore them again. Agents were all experienced in this industry. Although a film wasn't enough to make Bai Lin and Han Lingshuan A-list actors, they still had a bright future ahead. As long as they could keep on gaining people's attention, the entertainment companies they worked for would take them seriously. Su Tonghua had greater popularity than Bai Lin and Han Lingshuan, because she had become the spokesperson of Charm and Jade Beauty Jewelry before the film was in theaters. Her role in the film also attracted a lot of attention. Both Bai Lin and Han Lingshuan were envious of Su Tonghua's good luck. She was signed by Gu Ning, which was the start of her successful career. All the people who worked in the entertainment industry ached to gain fame, but they had their own boundaries and wouldn't sell their bodies or souls for it. Unfortunately, it was much more complicated than they could think to work in this industry. Without powerful connections, there were only a few people who could become famous by relying on themselves. Fenghua Entertainment was a great opportunity that they couldn't miss right now. They planned to end the agreement they had with the entertainment companies they were working for now before they joined Gu Ning's company. They understood that Gu Ning had high standards for actors, so they had talked about it with Gu Ning beforehand. Although they asked Gu Ning whether they could join her company in a way which sounded as if they were joking, Gu Ning agreed with a serious expression. Gu Ning approved of them. It was Lu Zhan who had recommended them to act in her first film, and she thought that they had done a great job. Since they were both good actors, there was no reason for Gu Ning to turn them down. Bai Lin and Han Lingxuan were excited that Gu Ning was willing to sign them, and they promised to work harder. The competition was super fierce in the entertainment industry after all. If they didn't work harder to keep people paying attention to them, they would soon be replaced. Bai Lin's agreement with the entertainment company that he was working for now would end after half a year, while Han Lingxuan needed to wait for a whole year. Before their agreements ended, they had to do their work as usual. Their agents would also be responsible for their schedules too. As leading roles in the films, they had all gathered together to watch it in a theater yesterday, and they were very satisfied with its effect. Many theaters were much more crowded than normal these days, and most of the people came to watch Infinite Horror. The box office of Infinite Horror was still growing. It seemed to be the most popular film during this period. Because of Infinite Horror, fewer people went to watch other films which were also in theaters now, and other film producers all got jealous of it. Especially when they read countless positive comments on Infinite Horror, they couldn't wait to demolish them. Since their films weren't profitable under the influence of Infinite Horror, they figured out a way to change the situation. Before long, articles about the fake box office of Infinite Horror went viral on the internet. Within minutes, it caused a great sensation. Some people believed that the box office of Infinite Horror wasn't real, while some chose to believe that it was real. It was hard to tell whether the box office of a film was real or not, because it was one of the unspoken rules in the industry that a new film needed a big box office at its premiere. A new film needed attention, and the audience also needed a guide. If people noticed the big box office of a new film, they might be interested in it and buy a ticket for it. Sometimes, a new film could be very good, but there weren't many people who bought tickets to watch it in theaters because it failed to attract people's attention. It wasn't uncommon that a new film was very terrible and deceived people into buying tickets with its fake box office, but it would also bring itself negative comments and criticisms afterwards. Therefore, it was understandable that some people were suspicious of the box office of Infinite Horror, because its box office was too good to be real. In addition, its box office was still increasing steadily. Those who had watched Infinite Horror all agreed that it was a great film, so they thought that its box office should be real. Moreover, there were barely any vacant seats in screening rooms where Infinite Horror was played. Many people who had watched Infinite Horror in theaters posted photos of their film tickets to prove that its box office was real. I don't think its box office is fake, because it is indeed a great film. I went to watch it with many of my friends, and we all liked it. The majority of the internet users refused to believe those articles which claimed that the box office of Infinite Horror was fake. It was obvious that some people were defaming Infinite Horror. Not everyone would believe those articles, but some still did. I think it's just slander. As far as I know, the film tickets of Infinite Horror are already sold out the past 2 days. Right, Infinite Horror is a great film, and I'm going to watch it again. Infinite Horror is a film worth waiting for. Many film critics also give Infinite Horror good reviews, and said that it could be the best horror film till now. I'm curious about the editor of Infinite Horror. Does anyone know his name? I'm a fan of Infinite Horror too. Me too. Many theaters are fully occupied because of Infinite Horror the past 2 days in City B. Same thing in the capital. Although Infinite Horror was the only one which was played in theaters from this morning, there were many other films in theaters too during this time. It was difficult to change the schedule of films in theaters, so fans of Infinite Horror had to wait if the film tickets were already sold out these 2 days. Sometimes, if a new film wasn't popular at all, theaters might remove it from the schedule. I wish that there could be more show times. Facing so many internet users' defense of Infinite Horror, many people who were suspicious of its box office got curious. In that case, more and more people went to buy film tickets for it, which made those rumor mongers even more jealous of it. People who worked in the film industry were also interested in Infinite Horror. After watching it, they were impressed by it too and had to admit that it was indeed of a high level. The editing and special effects of the film were quite attractive. People began to discuss which skilled team or person was in charge of the editing of the film. They had never heard of Mu Yi, and thought that it was unbelievable that he was able to finish the editing all on his own. No matter what, they didn't dare to defame Infinite Horror again, but it wouldn't stop them being jealous of it. Besides, the real box office of Infinite Horror was even higher than the fake box office of their films. They failed to sell many film tickets for their films, so it was difficult for them to make a fake box office. Gu Ning and the others walked into a theater together, and they easily attracted a lot of attention from people around them. Many people soon recognized Gu Ning. Wow, isn't she Goddess Gu? Really? Where? Oh, she's so pretty. I think she's even prettier than in her photos.
Goddess Guam.
People in the theater got excited at once and took out their phones to record. Seemed as if a celebrity was here. It was basically the same because Gu Ning was as famous as a famous celebrity now, and she also had a large amount of loyal fans. Someone wanted to take photos with Gu Ning, but there were many people around her, so she didn't dare to come close. Gu Ning smiled at them when people called her name. Look, the man by Goddess Gu's side is so handsome. Jesus, he's the most handsome man I've ever seen. Is he Goddess Gu's boyfriend? I think so. Oh, Goddess Gu's friends are also good-looking. Hey, aren't they the brothers of the Tang family? What Tang family? The #1 super-rich Tang family in City B. What? They must be super-rich heirs. Exactly. Oh. Gu Ning and the others entered the VIP screening room later. Once they were gone, many people posted photos of them onto the internet. The VIP screening room wasn't as large as common screening rooms, but it was big enough for them. When the film began, Gu Ning took a picture and sent out a post on Weibo. Gu Ning. It's been a busy day today, and I didn't have time to watch it until now. Photo attached. The photo showed that she was watching Infinite Horror. Once the post was sent out, many people reposted, liked and left comments under it. Many people asked Gu Ning which theater she was in right now, and Gu Ning told them she was in Fengshang Shopping Mall. However, those who were also in Fengshang Shopping Mall said that Infinite Horror hadn't begun yet. Some asked Gu Ning which screening room she was right now, but Gu Ning kept it a secret, which disappointed her fans. Her fans felt sad that they couldn't meet Gu Ning in real life, but Gu Ning didn't care about that. Those who had taken pictures of Gu Ning in the theater, on the other hand, felt proud and satisfied. They all complimented Gu Ning's beauty and her friends' outstanding appearances. Gu Ning muted her phone and focused on the film. The moment the film began, the screening room was covered in a scary atmosphere. Jesus, I can't breathe, Zhang Zijing said all of a sudden, but his friends all rolled their eyes at him because the film just began. Although they had the same feeling, none of them said it aloud. Zhang Zijing felt a little aggrieved. He really wasn't a fan of horror films. Nevertheless, he understood that he shouldn't say that right now, so he closed his mouth. A few minutes later, most of them felt scared, but none of them dared to admit it. Although it was a horror film, it wasn't scary from the first second till the last second. However, it was quite frightening during the scary moments. Zhang Zijing did his best not to make a sound, but the others lost control of their emotions, especially the girls. Except for Gu Ning, Leng Xiaoting and Xian Bei. The rest of them were scared by the film. Zhu Yuanjin and An Ran were terrified by it, and their faces turned pale. Chao Wenqin and Chu Peihan were able to stay calm, but Su Anya and Yu Mixi were trembling in fear. Su Anya sat by Yu Mixi's left side, and they subconsciously caught each other's hand tight. Gu Ning sat by Yu Mixi's right side, so she secretly put her magical power into Yu Mixi's body by holding her hand, and the magical power also went into Su Anya's body. With the help of Gu Ning's magical power, both Su Anya and Yu Mixi gradually calmed down. Nevertheless, it still took them a long while to get back to normal. *T, it's so scary. Hao Ran raised his voice all of a sudden. How come I didn't notice it when I was acting in the film? Idiot, it's scary with the music after editing, Chu Peihan said and rolled her eyes at Hao Ran. Most films relied on music and special effects to be effective. I thought that it's just a normal horror film, but it's much scarier than I thought it could be, An Ran said in a trembling voice. Who said that I'm a coward before we watched the film? Zhang Zijing laughed at them. The others wanted to argue against him, but didn't know how. They really weren't mentally prepared for this film. Zhu Yuanjun also remained silent, because she was also scared by it. I agree that people who have heart disease shouldn't watch this film, Gao Chengyun said. This film was the most horrifying film he had ever seen. Ningning, the post-production team of your company is really good. I think that even the team of our family's company couldn't be as good as yours, Tang Jiayang said. The post-production team of the Tang family's entertainment company also enjoyed great fame worldwide. But Tang Jiayang didn't think that they could be as skilled as Gu Ning's team. If Gu Ning had hired the post-production of Tang family's entertainment company to help her, this film wouldn't have been this attractive. The Tang family didn't focus too much on the entertainment industry, so its entertainment company wasn't the best in the industry. The Tang family was involved in many industries, but it wasn't the leading force in every industry. It mainly focused on real estate, hotels, and shopping malls. It wasn't done by a team but a person, Gu Ning said. What? A person? Hearing that, everyone was shocked. It was a complicated project to edit a film well. Normally, a team of a dozen people had to cooperate with each other to finish it. The post-production of Infinite Horror was nearly perfect, so it was very hard for them to believe that a single person could handle it well. Yes, Gu Ning said with certainty. He must be a genius, her friends said. No matter how curious they were, Gu Ning wouldn't tell them more details about the person. Where should we go next? Chao Wenqin asked. Where do you want to go next? Gu Ning asked Hao Ran and the others. Why don't you make the decision? Hao Ran said. Well, we can go to a bar, clubhouse, or rent a pleasure boat to have fun tonight, Tang Jiakai said. Hearing the words pleasure boat, a picture flashed in Gu Ning's eyes all of a sudden. She saw a young girl walking into the washroom of a pleasure boat that did not have many people on it, but a middle-aged man followed her and covered her mouth suddenly. Without further thought, Gu Ning knew what would happen next, because she recognized the middle-aged man. He was a member of the evil practice. She abruptly stood up, which surprised everyone else around her. Ningning, what's wrong? Ling Xiaoting asked her. Oh, I suddenly remember that there is something I should deal with right now. Xiaoting, why don't you come with me, and the others can enjoy themselves in the meantime, Gu Ning said, but didn't tell them details. Oh right. Since Gu Ning needed to deal with something urgent, they wouldn't stop her. Afterwards, Gu Ning and Ling Xiaoting left together in a hurry. On the way to the parking lot, Gu Ning called Quan Mingkai and told him to prepare a private pleasure boat for her at wharf number 3. She was going to have a river tour. Quan Mingkai did what she told him to do without delay. Ling Xiaoting drove to wharf number 3 by the river as fast as possible. He didn't ask Gu Ning why, because he knew that Gu Ning would tell him the reason when it was necessary. Gu Ning didn't want to waste time on explaining it, so she remained silent. If Ling Xiaoting asked her, she would probably have to lie to him again. Around a dozen minutes later, they arrived at wharf number 3. After stopping the car, they strode towards the entrance. It wasn't early now, so all the pleasure boats had to come back within half an hour, so only one left on the river a distance away. Quan Mingkai had arranged a man to serve Gu Ning when she arrived, so she called him the moment she got out of the car. The man was already waiting for her at the entrance. The second he saw Gu Ning coming, he walked towards her. Since it was Quan Mingkai's order, he was very polite to Gu Ning. As an ace soldier in the special forces, it was super easy for Ling Xiaoting to sail a boat. At this moment there were only 4 or 5 pleasure boats on the river, and Gu Ning found her target within seconds, then told Ling Xiaoting to sail towards it. They were in a private pleasure boat, which was comparatively smaller and moved faster. Gu Ning walked out of the cabin and stood by the ship's side. She used her jade eyes and focused on the target boat. They were about 500 meters away from it, so Gu Ning couldn't see it very clearly, but she noticed the Jiao swimming under it. It was obvious that the Jiao smelt the man of the evil practice, so it followed under the boat along the way. The Jiao was also evil, so it could absorb the yin from the man of the evil practice, which was also good for its inner discipline. However, the Jiao remembered Gu Ning's words and stayed quiet in case it caused any damages to innocent people. Since Gu Ning was already here, she was unwilling to see the young girl hurt by the man of the evil practice. She released some of her magical power to attract the man's attention. She was calling the Jiao at the same time. Nevertheless, because of the long distance between them, they didn't sense her magical power right away. When the two pleasure boats were close, Gu Ning was able to clearly see the inside of the target boat. She found the man of the evil practice fixing his eyes on the young girl, and saw that the young girl was about to leave for the washroom. Right at this time, both the man and the Jiao sensed Gu Ning's magical power. The man was surprised but seemed displeased. Although Gu Ning was his target too, she wasn't weak at all. It was hard for him to get her. He wasn't afraid to meet Gu Ning, but not now. It took him a long time to find a virgin girl who was born in the lunar year, and he was ready to absorb her blood. He hated to miss this great chance again. Unfortunately, Gu Ning appeared once more. The man thought that Gu Ning might stop him if he approached the young girl. Gu Ning was better than him at fighting. If she really attacked him when he wasn't prepared, it was likely that he would be injured or caught. He was unwilling to be caught, so he decided to let the young girl go. Actually, he was quite angry that Gu Ning showed up at this key moment. He found a place to hide himself afterwards, and looked out to the direction of the magical power, but he failed to see anyone on the oncoming pleasure boat. Gu Ning squatted on the deck so that the man couldn't see her. She squatted down because the Jiao swam over following the magical power. It was a private pleasure boat, so the edge wasn't far from the surface of the water. Gu Ning reached out her hand into the water. When the Jiao touched her fingers, it was put into the telepathic eye space. The man found Gu Ning once she stood up again, and he was sure that Gu Ning was the girl covered in magical power at a glance. Gu Ning didn't avoid his eyes, but stared straight at him on purpose. She intended to let him know that she was watching him, in case he hurt the innocent girl. The man was struck dumb for a second, and then realized that Gu Ning came here because of him. Since Gu Ning already found him, he didn't bother to hide any longer and walked out to face Gu Ning. What should he do now? The man had no idea. If he fought against Gu Ning face to face, he wasn't confident that he could win, but it was impossible that she would let him get away with it either. When the private pleasure boat Gu Ning was on moved near to the pleasure boat where the man was, she told Lung shouting to sail parallel to it. "Sir, why don't you get aboard my boat so that we can have a nice talk?" Gu Ning said to the man of the evil practice. Lung shouting didn't realize that Gu Ning aimed to meet the man until now, and he also recognized the man when he saw him. The man was obviously covered in yin. Ordinary people might not feel it, but Lung shouting could. The man knew that Gu Ning came here because of him, but he willingly accepted Gu Ning's invitation since he was looking for her too. "Why not?" the man said, then directly jumped to the boat where Gu Ning was. Many people were shocked by the scene. Jesus, he just jumped to the boat over there. Is it Qinggong? It was indeed Qinggong. People who practiced his or her inner discipline hoped to become gods or goddesses one day in the future. And without a doubt gods and goddesses could fly. Although the man hadn't finished practicing his inner discipline yet, he was good at Qinggong at his level right now. However, he couldn't fly up high, just the height of 2 to 3 stories. Ordinary people had never seen Qinggong with their own eyes before, so they couldn't believe that it was real. Lung shouting understood that Gu Ning was going to catch the man, so he sailed the boat away in case innocent people were hurt. "Did you come here for me?" the man asked Gu Ning, although he already had the answer. "Yes," Gu Ning replied. "How did you find me?" he asked again with curiosity. "I smelt you." Gu Ning didn't bother to hide it. The man was displeased. "Who are you? What's your aim?" "I'm simply an ordinary person, and I aim to destroy you because you're harmful," Gu Ning said. She didn't take herself as the savior, but she couldn't stand aside since she already found a member of the evil practice. She would probably be the next victim. Even if she stayed away from them, they would still come to her for her magical power. It was also possible that she was reborn for a reason, but she wasn't aware of the reason right now. She had seen so many strange things which she didn't believe in at all during the previous incarnation, so she thought that they might be hints of what would happen to her in the future. She also sensed that she was going to have a fierce fight against the evil practice. Gu Ning cared a lot about her premonitions because they were always right. She wanted to be prepared so that she could protect herself. "It's none of your business," the man said. His target wasn't Gu Ning at the beginning, but Gu Ning had interrupted him again and again. "Well, it indeed wasn't my business before, but now it's different because you want my magical power," Gu Ning said, then hid her magical power away, which surprised the man. He soon figured out why he couldn't find her before. Because she was able to hide her magical power. Hearing that, the man squinted with his eyes full of greed. "You're right, I do want the magical power around your body, so you better give it to me right now," the man said, and attacked Gu Ning without delay. Even though the man wasn't confident that he could win in the fight against Gu Ning, he was left with no choice. Leng Xiaoting was worried about Gu Ning, but he knew that the man couldn't hurt her right now, so he didn't get involved in the fight and sailed the boat far away from other pleasure boats. Gu Ning wouldn't hesitate to attack the man either, and she used her magical power to enhance her strength. Within a short time she got control of the situation. The man gradually felt hard-pressed to gain advantage in the fight. Because of their violent fight, the private pleasure boat was shaking heavily. Luckily they were far away from people now and nobody could see them. The man was furious when Gu Ning got the better of him. He couldn't believe that she was simply an ordinary girl. She was covered in magical power, and unusually good at fighting, but had no smell of those who were practicing their inner discipline. The man was confused, but it wasn't the right time for him to think further about it. He was good at swimming, so jumped into the river without delay when he realized that it was impossible for him to win. Gu Ning, however, was unwilling to let him escape like that. She could breathe and talk in the water, so she jumped into the river after the man at once. Leng Xiaoting didn't know that Gu Ning had the help of her magical power, and got anxious the second she jumped into the river. Without hesitation he followed her. Gu Ning didn't see Leng Xiaoting jumping into the water, but heard the sound. She knew that Leng Xiaoting was also good at swimming, but he was just a normal human being. She was worried about his safety but had to focus on the man at this key moment. It was very dark under the water at night, so Leng Xiaoting couldn't clearly see Gu Ning and the man, nor move with agility to reach Gu Ning's side. The man of the evil practice wasn't a normal human being after all, so he was able to see Gu Ning more clearly than Leng Xiaoting. In addition, he moved faster than Leng Xiaoting. Gu Ning, with the help of her jade eyes, could clearly see where the man was, and she swam freely like a fish in the water. When Gu Ning caught the man, she was already a long distance away from Leng Xiaoting. Leng Xiaoting was a little anxious, but couldn't touch Gu Ning at all. The man was shocked by Gu Ning's agile movements. He had thought that it would be easier for him to defeat Gu Ning in the water. So to his astonishment, things went the opposite way. He realized that he had taken Gu Ning lightly, and that this girl was totally beyond his imagination. The three of them had stayed in the water for a long time. Gu Ning was worried that Leng Xiaoting's life might be in danger, so she let the Jiao out and gave an order. "Catch the man." "Sure," the Jiao said, and attacked the man at once. Gu Ning at the same time swam back to Leng Xiaoting. The man was stunned the moment he saw the Jiao. As a member of the evil practice, he was aware that ghosts and monsters really existed, but he was surprised to see the Jiao appear by the girl's side within a second. How is it possible? The man couldn't figure it out. Gu Ning met Leng Xiaoting in the water a few seconds later. Leng Xiaoting wasn't relieved until he touched her again, but he was still worried about her and hugged her at once. Gu Ning understood that Leng Xiaoting was worried about her, but she had to push him up right now. Leng Xiaoting was almost out of air now, and he was worried that Gu Ning might also be out of breath, so he pulled Gu Ning while swimming upwards. Once they were out of the water, Leng Xiaoting hugged Gu Ning tightly before they were even on board. "Ning Ning, are you all right?" "Don't worry, I'm fine," Gu Ning said. "Really?" Leng Xiaoting asked her again with concern. "Relax, I'm really fine," Gu Ning said with a smile. "Great, great." Leng Xiaoting was quite nervous. The Jiao was fighting against the man in the water, so they kept making violent waves, which pushed Leng Xiaoting and Gu Ning meters away. If it went on like that, they might cause damage to other innocent people. The problem was that the Jiao was super destructive, and it was able to cause a tsunami if it used all of its force. Therefore, Gu Ning had to get rid of Leng shouting right now. Shouting, "Please trust me and get back on the boat right now. I need to handle it well, or it might become uncontrollable." "I'll go with you," Leng shouting said. "No shouting, there is something I can't tell you right now, but I promise I'll be fine."
Kuning comforted Leng shouting.
Even though Leng shouting was unwilling to leave her alone, he had to agree with it. He kissed her and said, "Be careful." "I will," Gu Ning said, then got into the water again. She swam straight towards the man in the Jiao, while Leng shouting listened to her and got back on the pleasure boat. In fact, there was no need for Gu Ning to be so worried, because the man was only at the 4th level of his inner discipline. The 4th level belonged to the middle rank of one's inner discipline. The levels of one's inner discipline could be divided into 4 ranks, and each rank consisted of 3 levels. There were 12 levels in all. The 1st to the 3rd level was junior rank. The 4th to the 6th level was middle rank. The 7th to the 9th level was senior rank, and the 10th to the 12th level was the top rank. If one could reach the 12th level, he or she could become a god or goddess. Nevertheless, it was super hard to do that nowadays because the magical power was very rare. Gu Ning read the above information from the internet, and she wasn't sure whether it was right. Therefore, she had to get to know more details about it in real life. People who were practicing their inner discipline were totally different from normal human beings, and they could easily beat a normal human being in a fight. They didn't rely on physical strength after all. Since the man was just at the 4th level, he couldn't defeat Gu Ning, let alone the Jiao. Even Gu Ning wasn't confident that she could control the Jiao without her jade eyes. That being the case, the Jiao twisted its body around the man within minutes. Although the Jiao was greedy for the man's inner discipline, it didn't dare to swallow him before Gu Ning gave the order. The man was indeed unusually good at swimming, because he wasn't affected after staying in the water for over 10 minutes. Members of the evil practice kept absorbing any magical power or yin they could find. With the help of yin, the man was able to stay in the water for around half an hour. "My lady, what do you want me to do next?" the Jiao asked Gu Ning once she moved near. "I need to bring him back to ask him something," Gu Ning said. "Oh." The Jiao was a little disappointed but soon forgot about it. Even though the man's inner discipline wasn't bad, Gu Ning's magical power was much better. Since the man was useful for Gu Ning, it wouldn't steal him. When the man saw Gu Ning talking to the Jiao, he was shocked. He knew that Gu Ning couldn't be a normal human being, but he was still shocked by her unbelievable skills. Not only could she move freely in the water, but she could also talk with animals. Gu Ning thought for a while, then added, "You can absorb half of his inner discipline in case he escapes." Gu Ning understood that the Jiao needed the man's inner discipline to improve its own, and she was also unwilling to kill the man herself. She had killed a lot of people before, but it wasn't a pleasant thing to do. If the Jiao absorbed half of the man's inner discipline, it would be easier for Gu Ning to control him. "Thanks." The Jiao's eyes lit up and began to do it without delay. The man, however, was scared, but he couldn't struggle at all. Before long, the Jiao absorbed half of the man's inner discipline, and the man became weak in an instant. At this time, Gu Ning took out a rope and tied the man up. She put the Jiao back into the telepathic eye space and pulled the man to the surface of the water. The man couldn't talk until they were out of the water. "I know what you want to find out, but I won't tell you anything. I dare you to kill me." The man understood that Gu Ning aimed to destroy the evil practice, so it was impossible that she would set him free, even if he told her what she wanted to know. Gu Ning didn't bother to argue with the man right now, because she needed to get onto the boat as soon as possible. Leng shouting focused on the surface of the water the entire time. Once Gu Ning showed up, he sailed the boat over and stopped by her side. "Ning Ning." Leng shouting reached out his hand and pulled her up along with the man. He didn't have time to pay attention to the man, but checked Gu Ning's body at once. "Ning Ning, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Gu Ning smiled at him. Leng shouting didn't see any injuries on Gu Ning's body and released a deep breath. The next second, his sight fell on the man with his eyes full of hatred. If it hadn't been for the man, Gu Ning wouldn't have stayed in the cold water for so long. The man was terrified by Lung Xiaoting's hostile glare. He sensed something familiar from Lung Xiaoting's body, but couldn't remember it right now. He believed that Lung Xiaoting couldn't be a normal human being either. Ning, what will you do to him? Lung Xiaoting asked Gu Ning. They couldn't let the government handle it, because it might cause unnecessary alarm. Common citizens would also be frightened if this news went abroad. I want to know more about those who are practicing inner discipline first, then I'll figure out a way to handle it well, Gu Ning said. Gu Ning was a little worried that the man might tell Lung Xiaoting about the jiao, because he already witnessed it. If he really said it aloud, Gu Ning would tell Lung Xiaoting how she got the jiao then. Lung Xiaoting was always respectful of Gu Ning's decisions, so he didn't ask further. I can help you with it and you can go have a warm shower now in case you catch a cold, Lung Xiaoting said. I'm fine and I'm still physically strong. I need to solve this problem right now, Gu Ning said. She didn't want to delay it. All right. Although Lung Xiaoting was worried about Gu Ning, he wouldn't stop her from doing what she wanted. He was indeed a great boyfriend who respected his girlfriend and listened to her. Some men wouldn't just demand that their girlfriends do what they wanted without showing any respect. It's useless. I won't tell you anything, the man said loudly. He was doomed to death anyway. Really? What if I keep torturing you but don't kill you? Gu Ning squinted at him. You? The man was furious. No one was willing to suffer endless torture without death. However, the man was still reluctant to give in. Are you telling me or not? Gu Ning asked in a cold tone. The man remained silent. He was gambling that Gu Ning would kill him before she got what she wanted. Let me be honest with you. I'm not a patient person. If you refuse to tell me, I'll figure another way out. You know that members of the evil practice all ache to get what I have, Gu Ning said. Since the man was reluctant to tell Gu Ning what she wanted to hear, Gu Ning was unwilling to waste much more time on him. As long as there were other members of the evil practice, she had plenty of time to attract them over. The magical power around her body was something that members of the evil practice wanted most. Lung Xiaoting and the man were surprised when Gu Ning said that. Lung Xiaoting was worried about her safety. The man, however, realized that his life could be in danger now. It was true that she had what members of the evil practice wanted, and they would come to find her sooner or later. Thinking of that, an idea dawned on the man. Even if he was going to die, he wouldn't die alone. In fact, people who were practicing their inner discipline were all competitors in each other's eyes. There were also grudges among them. The man himself had a major enemy, and the two of them had acted against each other for over 100 years, but neither of them could defeat the other. Since Gu Ning was able to catch him, it wouldn't be hard for her to catch his enemy. Therefore, he could seize this chance to destroy his major enemy. Fine, I can tell you whatever you want to know, he said. Gu Ning actually didn't believe that he would tell her the truth, but she was willing to hear some. How many people are practicing their inner discipline in this world now? She asked. Not many, but not a few either. About hundreds, I think, but most of them are at low levels, the man said. Where are they now? Gu Ning asked. They live in their own areas and stay away from normal human beings. The parallel space where they are is as large as a village. Only those who reach the middle rank can come to this world, and normal human beings aren't able to go to the space where they live, the man said. Gu Ning had read it before in a certain novel. Although she wasn't sure whether what the man said was true, it was highly possible to be the truth. Lung Xiaoting couldn't believe his ears, but he soon accepted it. Since members of the evil practice really existed, there should be the space where they lived too. The man continued. Those who are practicing their inner discipline seldom move in this world. Even if they come here, they prefer to stay in isolated mountains, because they can find magical power there. I heard that there is another male member of the evil practice in the mountain area of Burma. It said that many treasure hunters were killed there, so the place is filled with een. Since you can smell me, it's easy for you to find him. Hearing that, Gu Ning understood that the man was trying to use her to destroy his enemy. She didn't mind because the Jiao could help her. She was only worried that the man just gave her a perfunctory answer. The public jade bid in Burma would begin in half a month, so she would go to Burma as planned anyway. Ning, if you're really going there, I'll go with you, Leng Xiaoting said. He knew that he couldn't change her mind, but he could at least go there with her to protect her. There will be a public jade bid held in Burma about half a month later. I'm going to attend it anyway. If you are free at that time, you can go with me, but if you'll be busy with your work, you don't need to go with me, Gu Ning said. All right, Leng Xiaoting said. He understood that Gu Ning didn't want to interrupt his work. Great, let's go now.
Gu Ning sighed.
Leng Xiaoting knew that Gu Ning was going to punish the man. No matter what she would do to the man, he wouldn't get involved. The man was an evil person, and Leng Xiaoting had no sympathy for him. Be careful, Leng Xiaoting said to Gu Ning, then went to sail the boat. Gu Ning directly threw the man into the river, and let the Jiao out to swallow him. When she got back to Leng Xiaoting's side, she said, I just threw him into the river. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting nodded but said nothing. The man was tied up before he was thrown into the river, so it was impossible for him to survive. Xiaoting, do you think it's too cruel? Gu Ning couldn't help asking him. No, he deserves it, Leng Xiaoting said. Well, I can do that for you in the future if you're going to kill someone. If one killed too many people, he or she would be dogged by misfortune. Although it was a superstition, Leng Xiaoting still hoped that he could do it for Gu Ning. Gu Ning smiled but said nothing. She obviously felt touched because she understood that Leng Xiaoting was doing his best to protect her. But she was unwilling to let him suffer misfortune for her either. Ning, go dry your hair and clothing now in case other people find out, Leng Xiaoting said. Sure, Gu Ning said, then went to get the hair dryer. They were in a private pleasure boat, and it had the same layout as their home would as was stocked with daily necessities. Actually, there were dry clothes in Gu Ning's telepathic eye space, but she couldn't take them out right in front of Leng Xiaoting. Luckily, it was much warmer now, and Gu Ning was only wearing a thin piece of clothing, so it was easy for her to dry it. Xiaoting, go dry yourself too, Gu Ning said. Sure, you can sail the boat now. Leng Xiaoting let Gu Ning take the helm. Before long, Leng Xiaoting dried his own clothing. Before Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting got back to the shore, the Jiao was back, so Gu Ning put it back to the telepathic eye space when Leng Xiaoting wasn't paying attention to her. Although it was better for the Jiao to practice its inner discipline in the river, it was running out of magical power, so it needed to absorb more magical power now. They went ashore a while later, then went to buy new clothing in a shopping mall to make sure that Chao Wenqin and the others weren't waiting for them for too long. It was almost 11 p.m., but some stores were still open. After putting on new clothes, they left for the bar where their friends were at once. It wasn't far away, and they arrived a few minutes later. Once they met their friends, they began to drink and chat together. At the same time, the members of the Tang family already went to bed. Since Gu Man and Tang Yunfan were married now, Gu Man slept with him in the same bedroom. Tang Yunfan couldn't wait a second longer to share some private time with Gu Man. When they were back in the bedroom, Gu Man went to take a shower first. Thinking of what was going to happen later, Gu Man felt shy and nervous. She deliberately wasted a lot of time in the bathroom, but had to put on her sleeping gown in the end. However, the second she saw herself in the mirror, she flushed red in an instant. The sleeping gown she was wearing was half transparent, and she looked quite seductive in it. Gu Man hesitated to leave the bathroom. Tang Yunfan wasn't dumb. When Gu Man had stayed in the bathroom for a long time, he understood that she had to be very nervous and probably a little scared. In fact, he was also nervous. They had been apart for so many years after all. Nevertheless, he would still do what he ached to do as a man. Man, are you ready? Tang Yunfan walked to the door of the bathroom. Gu Man panicked a little when she heard Tang Yunfan's voice. Yeah. Afterwards, she opened the door slowly. The moment Tang Yunfan saw Gu Man, he could barely move his eyes away from her body. Well, you can go take a shower now. Gu Man slipped out of the bathroom. Tang Yunfan could catch Gu Man right now, but he didn't do that, because he indeed needed a shower to be prepared. Gu Man got in the bed without delay and covered herself with the quilt. She still hoped to avoid it, but she knew that it was unavoidable. In addition, they were a couple now, and it was quite normal for a couple, especially a newly married couple, to have sex with each other. Compared with Gu Man, Tang Yunfan finished the shower within a few seconds. He directly walked out in his bathrobe. Hearing the sound of opening the door, Gu Man got more nervous. Tang Yunfan, however, felt amused when he saw that Gu Man had hidden herself in the quilt. The light was very bright in the bedroom. Even Tang Yunfan felt a little embarrassed, so he turned the bright light off and only left a nightlight which gave off a faint light. After that, he walked to the bed. Hearing the footsteps coming closer, Gu Man's heart was pounding. Tang Yunfan got in the bed, then reached out his arms to pull Gu Man over. Gu Man trembled a little but didn't resist it. She felt aroused when Tang Yunfan's palms covered her body. Man, we're already a couple now, and tonight is the first night of our marriage, Tang Yunfan said by Gu Man's ears in a low, deep voice. Gu Man didn't know what to say. Tang Yunfan turned Gu Man's body and pressed on it, but he didn't put his entire weight on her body, in case she felt uncomfortable. Gu Man froze and didn't dare to meet his eyes. Without further ado, Tang Yunfan kissed her. A passionate kiss couldn't satisfy Tang Yunfan's need, so he began to undress Gu Man. In the beginning, Gu Man was quite reluctant to do it, but she didn't push Tang Yunfan away. Man, relax, Tang Yunfan said. Gu Man also wanted to relax, but she wasn't able to do that right now. As time went by, Gu Man gradually opened her arms and legs for her beloved man and husband. Tang Yunfan was more than thrilled when Gu Man was ready for him. In order to distract Gu Man, Tang Yunfan kept kissing her all around her body. Although they had been apart for 19 years, they soon became familiar with each other's body. Tang Yunfan's bed was very good, so they didn't cause loud sounds no matter how they moved on it. Moreover, each room of the Tang family's house had good insulation, so others couldn't hear any sounds from rooms. The two of them enjoyed every second of that night. Tang Jiakai proposed to have night snacks when they had fun till 12 a.m. Everyone agreed, and they left for the night snack street together. It was already 2 a.m. when they finished eating night snacks. Gu Ning's relatives all stayed in her house tonight, so it wasn't convenient for her to bring Lung Xiaoting home. Therefore, she decided to stay out for a night. Tang Zhiyang and Tang Jiakai went back to the Tang family's house, while Chao Wenxin and Xian Bei went to Chao Wenxin's house, and Hao Ran and the others went to stay in the Huangding Hotel. Gu Ning and Lung Xiaoting went to Shangshi Hotel. The first thing they did when they went back to the hotel was take a shower. After all, today was a long day. Ning, why don't we shower together? Gu Ning was about to enter the bathroom and Lung Xiaoting followed her. Gu Ning felt a little shy but didn't turn him down. Once they took off their clothing, they began to have sex. Normally, it took around a dozen minutes to finish a shower, but they stayed inside for nearly an hour. In addition, it didn't mean that it was the end when they finally left the bathroom, because they moved to another place to make love. After hours of lovemaking, they only fall asleep at daybreak. The next morning, Gu Man woke up at 7 a.m. The second she opened her eyes, she saw Tang Yunfan staring at her with a broad smile on his face. She flushed and turned her head away. What? Do you feel shy?
Tang Yunfan smiled.
Gu Man flushed redder and covered her head with the quilt. Seeing Gu Man being so shy, Tang Yunfan stopped teasing her. All right, have more sleep, and I'll tell the kitchen to prepare some nutritious soup for you. They had made love countless times last night, and he knew that she had to be exhausted now. No, Gu Man drew her head out of the quilt. It's late now, and we should get up. Gu Man was unwilling to leave a bad impression on members of the Tang family. You need to have a good rest now. Don't worry about it. Nobody will criticize you if you sleep a while longer, Tang Yunfan said. Thinking of what had happened last night, Gu Man felt uneasy again. I'm fine. I can get up now. Saying that, Gu Man sat up, and Tang Yunfan didn't stop her. You're fine? It seems I didn't work hard enough last night. He pouted like a little boy. Gu Man was struck dumb for a second. Stop it. She flushed again. Stop what? Tang Yunfan pretended like he didn't understand. Gu Man, however, ignored him and ran to the bathroom in her sleeping gown. Tang Yunfan laughed watching Gu Man run away from him. He hadn't laughed so happily in a long time. Gu Man finished her shower, but Tang Yunfan stood in her way once she walked out of the bathroom. What are you doing here? I need to use the bathroom, Tang Yunfan said with an evil smile. Oh, Gu Man said, then avoided him while walking outside. However, just as she moved, Tang Yunfan caught her and kissed her wildly. Gu Man was very seductive in his eyes, and he failed to control his desire. Gu Man was surprised but didn't struggle at all. Tang Yunfan didn't let her go until she was almost out of breath. Man, you're so gorgeous, Tang Yunfan said by her ears. Gu Man flushed red, then ran to the walk-in closet. Tang Yunfan smiled and walked into the bathroom. Gu Man put on her clothing and Tang Yunfan left the bathroom at the same time, but he just covered his lower body in a towel. He exercised a lot, so he had a good body with obvious muscles, which stunned Gu Man. Seeing Gu Man's reaction, Tang Yunfan was satisfied. How is it? Do you like my body? Gu Man turned her face away and dodged his question. Tang Yunfan, however, was unwilling to give it up and pressed Gu Man against the closet. Tell me, do you like it? Yeah, Gu Man said. She was telling the truth. Even though they already had sex with each other last night, she didn't see his body clearly because of the dim light. She didn't get the chance to clearly see Tang Yunfan's body until now. How much do you like it? Tang Yunfan asked again. Hearing that, Gu Man ached to escape. She liked it very much, but felt too shy to say it aloud, so she changed the topic at once. Why don't you put on some clothes now? Don't catch a cold. Saying that, she tried to push Tang Yunfan's arms away. However, it was impossible for her to push his strong arms away given her strength. Tang Yunfan, however, was unwilling to give it up and pressed Gu Man against the closet. Tell me, do you like it? Yeah, Gu Man said. She was telling the truth. Even though they already had sex with each other last night, she didn't see his body clearly because of the dim light. So she didn't get the chance to clearly see Tang Yunfan's body until now. How much do you like it? Tang Yunfan asked again. Hearing that, Gu Man ached to escape. She liked it very much, but felt too shy to say it aloud, so she changed the topic at once. Why don't you put on your clothes now? Don't catch a cold. Saying that, she tried to push Tang Yunfan's arms away. However, it was impossible for her to push his strong arms away given her strength. If you don't answer my question, I won't let you out, Tang Yunfan said like a little boy. Gu Man was amused by his childlike expression. Of course I like it very much, she said in the end. Great. Tang Yunfan was satisfied. You can appreciate it when you're free. Gu Man felt like laughing but said nothing. After changing, the two of them went downstairs together. It was Sunday, so the others were also just waking up. Tang Haifeng was an old man and he didn't sleep much at night, so he was already up. When Gu Man met the other members of the Tang family in the hall, she felt a little embarrassed because she thought that she got up too late. However, Zhang Lihua asked her with surprise, Man, why did you get up so early? Although Zhang Lihua couldn't hear the sounds, she knew what they had done last night without asking. Zhang Lihua turned to look at Tang Yunfan the next second. Why don't you have more sleep today? She was blaming Tang Yunfan for not taking good care of his wife. In fact, Zhang Lihua was really worried that Tang Yunfan couldn't take good care of Gu Man, because he had lived alone for so many years before. She insisted on getting up now, Tang Yunfan said and felt aggrieved.
Gu Man flushed.
It's not early, and we can't sleep any longer. Seeing that Gu Man was feeling shy, Zhang Lihua didn't talk about that topic any further, but said to Gu Man, Man, you don't need to be so demure in our family. Nobody will judge or criticize you. We just hope that you can live a happy life. Thanks, I understand, Gu Man said with a smile. After that, Gu Man went to greet Tang Haifeng. When Tang Haifeng saw Gu Man, he also asked her why she got up so early. Gu Man flushed red the entire time. Gu Ning received Tang Yunfan's call at 9 a.m. He told her to come back to the Tang family's house for lunch since Gu Qing and her other relatives were leaving today. However, Gu Ning told him that her friends would be going back to City F today too, and that she would dine with them. Hearing that, Tang Yunfan invited her friends to share lunch together in the Tang family's house, and said that he could send them to the airport. Gu Man, who stood aside, heard that and said that her friends were leaving City B today too. So Tang Yunfan invited her friends to come over as well. After hanging up the call, Gu Ning called Hao Ran and the others to tell them to be prepared. Hao Ran also told his mother that they would be dining together in the Tang family's house later. At 9:30 a.m., Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting left for the Huangding Hotel to fetch Chu Peihan and the others. Chu Peihan and the others were already in the hall when they arrived, so they went to the Tang family's house together. Mrs. Hao and her friends hadn't been to the Tang family's house before, but Hao Ran had, so he told his mother how splendid and large the Tang family's house was. Even though they were aware that the Tang family was the richest family in City B, they were still shocked by the layout of the house. The Tang family's house was the largest and most beautiful house that they had ever seen. Actually, there were many people who lived in a luxurious house even though they weren't as rich as the Tang family. It wasn't true that the richest people would live in the most luxurious houses. Instead, some of those rich people preferred to live comfortably. The Tang family's house looked a little ancient, but it was because it had been their property for generations. Some common rich people might spend half of their wealth on a house, while some didn't care much about where they lived. In fact, the richer the person was, the less he or she cared about material goods. Mrs. Hao and her friends were envious of Gu Man because she married into a very good family, but they weren't jealous of her because Gu Man and Tang Yunfan were a perfect match. They had already fallen in love with each other many years ago after all. When Gu Ning and the others arrived, Gu Qing and her relatives were already there. Chao Wenxin's family and Xian Bei were also present. Chao Wenxin's parents approved of Xian Bei, so he was invited too. They enjoyed the lunch in harmony and happiness. Members of the Tang family hadn't been so satisfied about their life in a long time, and Gu Man along with Gu Ning brought them priceless happiness. After lunch, they sat around the hall and chatted while drinking tea together. Half an hour later, they set off for the airport. Leng Xiaoting and Xian Bei would be on the same flight, so they sat in the same car, while Hao Ran and the others shared a large bus. On the way to the airport, they all felt a little sad because none of them wanted to leave. However, they had to leave. When they arrived at the airport, they went to get their flight tickets. Ji Yuning already booked flight tickets for Hao Ran and her other friends, and Tang Yunfan had booked some for Mrs. Hao and Gu Man's other friends. They would leave on the same flight. Hao Ran and the others would leave at 2:10 p.m., while Leng Xiaoting and Xian Bei would leave at 2:40 p.m. That being the case, Hao Ran and the others went into the lounge after taking the tickets, while Leng Xiaoting and Xian Bei went to sit in a restaurant for a while. Leng Xiaoting and Xian Bei didn't leave Gu Ning and Chao Wenxin until 1:50 p.m. They needed to get into the lounge half an hour before the departure time. When it was time for them to say goodbye to each other, they all wished that time could stop at this moment. Ning Ning, where are you going next? Chao Wenxin asked Gu Ning when Leng Xiaoting and Xian Bei were gone. I'm going to the antique street. How about you?
Gu Ning sighed.
Gu Ning planned to send some real antiques to Shangyun Antique Store. Du Laifeng told her that he had sold several real antiques a few days ago. Before she left for Burma, she also needed to send some real antiques to the Shangyun Antique Store in the capital. The branch of Shangyun Antique Store in the capital was a famous store with a long history, so it was more popular than that in City B. Both of them were running out of real antiques, so Gu Ning needed to replenish the stocks. I have nothing else to do, so I'll go with you, Chao Wenxin said. Sure, Gu Ning said. Then they went to the antique street together. On their way there, Chao Wenxin played on her phone reading the news. When she read a piece of the latest news, she was astonished and exclaimed, Jesus, there is an antique store at the antique street, which had a sudden collapse this morning and broke many real antiques. The owner of it suffers a loss of 30 million yuan. Hearing that, Gu Ning cocked her eyebrow. What's its name? Shanghai Antique, Chao Wenxin said. Gu Ning had heard of it from Du Lifeng's mouth, and he told her that the store always looked creepy because it collected too many ancient objects from graves. An idea dawned on Gu Ning. She thought that the antique store might be filled with yin since the owner had collected too many ancient objects from graves, which could be the cause of the collapse. It was possible, but there also could be another reason. Anyway, Gu Ning decided to have a look herself. She was curious about the sources of those ancient objects too. Oh, look at this comment. Someone says that the store collapsed because it's full of too much yin. Chao Wenxin was amused by the above comment, because she didn't believe in yin at all. Gu Ning, however, was struck dumb for a second. She held the same idea and thought that it was highly possible now. There is another comment saying that those real antiques Shanghai Antique just bought are harmful to human bodies. Chao Wenxin couldn't believe her eyes, although it actually might be the truth. Well, more people believe that the building is too old, and some think that it might have been done by the owner's enemies. When they had almost reached the antique street, Gu Ning's and Chao Wenxin's phones rang at the same time. They didn't bother to check the caller's name, because they knew that it must be a call from Leng Xiaoting and Xian Bei. Gu Ning was driving, so she put on her Bluetooth earphones. Leng Xiaoting and Xian Bei told Gu Ning and Chao Wenxin that they were already in the plane. They would fly over to visit them again during the next vacation. Then they chatted for a short while and hung up. Leng Xiaoting and Xian Bei sat in the second row on the left side of the first class. Leng Xiaoting sat by the window, while Xian Bei sat in the aisle seat. Both of them were tall, handsome young men, so they attracted a lot of attention from the stewardesses once they were aboard. They were already used to it, and ignored all of the stewardesses. Those stewardesses were heartbroken. They all wished to find a rich, handsome young boyfriend like them, and they wondered what kind of woman could have them. What they didn't know was that they actually felt quite lucky to have their girlfriend. Neither Leng Xiaoting nor Xian Bei thought that women should love them just because of their outstanding appearances. On the contrary, they didn't enjoy the feeling when every woman was paying attention to them. They were both loyal to their girlfriends, and wouldn't bother to flirt with other females. Although those stewardesses couldn't attract their attention, they still tried but were doomed to fail. Gu Ning stopped the car at the parking lot of the antique street, then told Chao Wenxin to buy 2 bottles of water. Afterwards, she pretended to pick up something from the trunk, but actually took out a wooden box with around 10 pieces of real antiques inside from the telepathic eye space. When Chao Wenxin came back, she saw the wooden box in Gu Ning's hands. "Ning Ning, where did you get so many real antiques?" she asked with curiosity. "I found them by accident," Gu Ning said. "Come on. Let's go to Shangyun Antique Store now." She couldn't tell Chao Wenxin that she had dug ancient graves or stolen sunken treasure. Even though she knew that Chao Wenxin would keep it secret, it was better if fewer people were aware of it. Grave digging was illegal after all. The government might arrest those who stole valuable ancient objects from graves. Gu Ning wasn't worried that the government would take her real antiques away because she had the support of the Leng family and the Tang family now. Nobody was willing to act against her. "Really? You're so lucky." Chao Wenxin was surprised. Gu Ning smiled but said nothing. After the opening ceremony of Shangyun Antique Store, most of the owners of the antique stores on this street got to know Gu Ning, so they all greeted her kindly when she appeared. "Nice to see you, Miss Gu." "Nice to meet you too." Gu Ning greeted them politely as well. News of the wedding held by the Tang family hadn't gone abroad yet, so not many people were aware that she was Tang Haifeng's biological granddaughter. If they had known Gu Ning's family background, they would have been shocked. Duji Antiques could barely stay afloat now, and Du Lifeng's stepmother Li Fangxia couldn't be more jealous of Shangyun Antique Store. However, she didn't dare to do anything about it since Gu Ning was the boss of Shangyun Antique Store. How could Du Lifeng be so lucky? Li Fangxia muttered to herself. "If the girl had bought my store, I could have made a lot of money." Li Fangxia only cared about money. At this moment, she suddenly saw Gu Ning walking by, which scared her. She thought that Gu Ning had heard what she just said, and panicked because of her guilty conscience. Gu Ning had indeed heard what she just said. but didn't bother to pay attention to her at all. Li Fengxia released a long breath when Gu Ning ignored her and walked away. Shangyun Antique Store was only 10 meters away from Duji Antiques, so Gu Ning soon arrived at her destination. There were a few customers in Shangyun Antique Store when she walked inside. "Hi, boss." Du Lifeng welcomed Gu Ning at once. Those customers all looked over when they heard Du Lifeng greeting Gu Ning. "Hi, Miss Gu," they said to Gu Ning. "Hi, please enjoy yourselves," Gu Ning said with a smile. "Sure," they said. At the beginning they just came here to look around but now felt like buying something after meeting Gu Ning. "I came here with something," Gu Ning said. She made a hand gesture and told Du Lifeng to follow her up to the office. Du Lifeng was a little confused, but followed Gu Ning without delay. He understood that Gu Ning might have brought some real antiques, but he was still shocked when he saw them with his own eyes. Du Lifeng was suspicious of the sources of these ancient objects, but didn't ask further about it. Du Lifeng had attended the wedding held by the Tang family yesterday, so he knew that Gu Ning was a member of the Tang family. He believed that she was able to handle it well even if she got those antiques illegally. "Oh, I heard something terrible just happened to Shanghai Antique. Do you know the details?" Gu Ning asked all of a sudden. "I went to see it this morning, and I know that the batch of ancient objects is real after the expert's appraisal. It said that they're covered in yin, which caused the collapse, but more people believe that the building was just too old," Du Lifeng said. It was hard for ordinary people to believe in yin. Even Du Lifeng held doubts. Hearing that, Gu Ning was more sure that the collapse of Shanghai Antique had something to do with that batch of ancient objects, but she still needed to find out more about it. Therefore, she left the wooden box to Du Lifeng, then walked out with Chao Wenxin. Shanghai Antique was located farther along the antique street, so they needed to walk for a while. On the way, many people who recognized Gu Ning greeted her politely, and Gu Ning also smiled at them. In fact, some of them were quite jealous of Shangyun Antique Store, but none of them dared to annoy Gu Ning. Since they couldn't mess with her, they decided that they should maintain a good relationship with her. Once they neared Shanghai Antique, Gu Ning felt a strong sense of yin. The closer she was to the store, the stronger the yin was. When she finally stood in front of the building, the concentration of yin reached the highest point. Shanghai Antique was an old building of 2 floors. It was indeed very old, but wasn't old enough to collapse right now. The second Gu Ning sensed the yin, she knew that it wasn't the building's problem. This place was already surrounded by yellow warning lines, and the owner of Shanghai Antique was in the nearby police station. Gu Ning used her jade eyes and found that the place was completely covered in yin. If an ordinary person walked near, he or she might feel unusually cold and uncomfortable. Thanks to the yellow warning lines, nobody would walk near here. Gu Ning was able to deal with the yin here, but she couldn't do it in the day, so she had to come back again at night. Afterwards, Gu Ning left with Chao Wenxin. They went back to the Tang family's house together. However, Chao Wenxin received Zhu Yuanjin's call on the way home, and Zhu Yuanjin told her that Jiang Zijing was just hit by a car because he dashed out to rescue a kid in the middle of the road. He had been admitted to the military general hospital. Zhu Yuanjin was crying in fear on the phone, so she didn't tell Chao Wenxin many details. Chao Wenxin was also scared, so they immediately went straight to the military general hospital. Gu Ning wouldn't sit on her hands if a terrible accident happened to her friend. Even though Jiang Zijing was simply an acquaintance of hers, he was Chao Wenxin's friend after all. Gu Ning sped up and quickly drove to the military general hospital. 20 minutes later, Gu Ning and Chao Wenxin arrived. Gao Chengyun and the others were also in Jiang Zijing's ward. Jiang Zijing's face was a little pale, and his whole right arm along with his right foot were wrapped in bandages, but he was still conscious and seemed to be fine. "Jiang Zijing, how are you right now?" Chao Wenxin asked him with concern. Jiang Zijing smiled and said, "I'm fine. Don't worry. I just have some abrasions on my arm and twisted my foot." Jiang Zijing breathed normally, which proved that he was indeed fine. "Seriously? You don't think you're badly injured?" Zhu Yuanjin glared at him with her red eyes that were swollen after crying for a long time. Jiang Zijing closed his mouth at once. Zhu Yuanjin cared too much about him, so she was quite nervous and anxious, especially because she witnessed the scene. Most importantly, Zhu Yuanjin liked Jiang Zhezheng. Even if he just had some abrasions on his arm and twisted his foot, she thought that they were serious injuries. Jiang Zhezheng understood Zhu Yuanjin's feelings towards him, so he didn't argue with her in case she got angrier. In fact, Jiang Zhezheng had a good impression of Zhu Yuanjin, but Chao Wenxin had always been his love, so he directly ignored Zhu Yuanjin. However, he understood it was impossible for him to be Chao Wenxin's boyfriend now, so he chose to move on and felt touched by Zhu Yuanjin's care towards him. It seemed a little unfair, because he turned to Zhu Yuanjin after knowing that Chao Wenxin became another man's girlfriend, and Zhu Yuanjin seemed to be a backup. Jiang Zhezheng felt a little guilty, but Zhu Yuanjin didn't mind it at all, because Chao Wenxin and him were just friends the entire time. She wouldn't force Jiang Zhezheng to accept her even if she liked him very much. It was much more painful to be with someone who didn't love you than to keep a distance from him. They couldn't be friends if they broke up in the future. Gu Ning took out a porcelain bottle and handed it to Zhu Yuanjin. Apply this medicine to his injuries and he'll be fine. Really? Zhu Yuanjin's eyes lit up at once. His injuries are wrapped. Can I apply the medicine to his injuries right now? Zhu Yuanjin asked worriedly. Zhu Yuanjin was even more worried about Jiang Zhezheng than he was. Of course you can, Gu Ning said. Thanks. Zhu Yuanjin took the bottle at once, then unwrapped the bandages for Jiang Zhezheng. Jiang Zhezheng also trusted Gu Ning and thanked her with sincerity. Miss Gu, thank you so much. You're welcome, Gu Ning said. Zhu Yuanjin unwrapped the bandages around Jiang Zhezheng's arm and foot with great care, in case he felt the pain. Seeing Zhu Yuanjin being so careful, Jiang Zhezheng had mixed emotions. When Zhu Yuanjin saw his injuries in the open, she felt like crying and had tears in her eyes, but in case the tears blocked her sight, she fought them back as she applied medicine to the injuries. Jiang Zhezheng's heart ached for her. Gu Ning glanced at Chao Wenxin, then walked out. Chao Wenxin also gave Gao Chengyun and ran a look. Then they left together. Jiang Zhezheng understood what they were doing but said nothing. It seems like they're in love, and Ran said once they were outside. It wasn't a bad thing if they could be a couple. Well, I guess it depends on Jiang Zhezheng, Chao Wenxin said. It wasn't a secret that Zhu Yuanjin liked Jiang Zhezheng after all. Jiang Zhezheng felt the comfortable coldness when Zhu Yuanjin applied Gu Ning's medicine to his injuries, which surprised him. Thanks. Jiang Zhezheng thanked Zhu Yuanjin when it was done. If they had known that Gu Ning's medicine could cure serious diseases too, they would have been shocked. Jiang Zhezheng wasn't seriously injured, and the injuries healed a lot under the effect of Gu Ning's medicine, so the others were about to leave. Jiang Zhezheng planned to call his family so that his family could come and take care of him, but Gu Ning said, "You can leave the hospital tomorrow, and your family will be worried if they know that you're injured. Why don't you make an excuse to stay here for a night, and then go back home tomorrow?" Gu Ning wasn't creating a chance for Zhu Yuanjin and Jiang Zhezheng to share some private time. She really believed that it wasn't a big deal. It was still up to Jiang Zhezheng whether he would do it or not. Well, we're all busy today. Who should stay here to take care of Zhezheng for a night? Gao Chengyun said. He misunderstood Gu Ning and became a wingman without delay. They were all actually free tonight. Even Jiang Zhezheng misunderstood Gu Ning. However, he hesitated to make a choice because he wasn't sure where his relationship with Zhu Yuanjin would go. Zhezheng, if you don't mind, I can stay and take care of you. I'm free tonight, Zhu Yuanjin said. She was very excited to stay alone with the man she liked, but did her best to stay calm on the surface. Why should he mind it? We're all friends, right? Ning and I have to go back to the Tang family's house now, because her parents just got married and will leave on their honeymoon tomorrow. She won't see her parents for a long time if she doesn't go back home tonight, Chao Wenxin said, and held Gu Ning's arm while walking out. She also gave Gao Chengyun and ran a knowing glance. Oh, I need to go meet my client right now. You can never keep your clients waiting, Gao Chengyun said and stepped out. I just remembered that my cousin is coming to visit me today. I'm afraid that I've got to go now. And Ran also made an excuse and left. In the end, Only Zhu Yuanjin was left with Jiang Zizheng. Thanks, Jiang Zizheng said, feeling a little shy. It's fine. What do you want to have for dinner? I can go buy it for you, Zhu Yuanjin asked. Anything you can buy. I'm not picky, Jiang Zizheng said. He knew that Zhu Yuanjin was very clear about his likes and dislikes. Sure, Zhu Yuanjin said. Ningning, did you do that on purpose? Chao Wenqin asked Gu Ning once they left. I didn't, I simply think that it isn't a big deal and he can leave the hospital tomorrow, Gu Ning said and felt amused. She just gave some advice and Jiang Zizheng made the decision on his own. Haha. I thought you did that on purpose so that they could share some private time, Chao Wenqin said with surprise. It is indeed a great chance for them to get to know more about each other, An Ran said. I hope so. Actually, I think Zizheng has a good impression of Yuanjin, but Wenqin distracted his attention before so he didn't notice Yuanjin. Since Wenqin already has a boyfriend now, he is beginning to notice that Yuanjin really cares about him. However, he is hesitating to get closer to her because it seems like Yuanjin is just a plan B for him, Gao Qingyun said. Jiang Zizheng told him everything, but didn't allow him to tell anyone else. Nevertheless, as Jiang Zizheng's good friend, he thought that he should do something. Since he has a good impression of Yuanjin, it's highly likely that they could get together, An Ran said, and Chao Wenqin nodded as agreement. Gao Qingyun suddenly realized that he shouldn't have said that to them. He told me not to tell anyone else about his feelings. Don't let him know that I already told you all. Relax, we'll keep it secret, An Ran and Chao Wenqin said at once. They were all good friends and good friends supported each other. When they walked out of the hospital, they separated and Gu Ning along with Chao Wenqin went back to the Tang family's house. Gu Ning's phone rang the moment they arrived home, and the caller was Lung shouting. The next second, Xian Bei called Chao Wenqin. They had just gotten off the plane at the airport in the capital. They chatted with each other for a short time then hung up, because they would have more time to talk with one another at night. Tang Haifeng and the others understood that the callers had to be Lung shouting and Xian Bei when Gu Ning and Chao Wenqin answered a call at the same time. So they all looked at them with a smile. Gu Ning didn't mind it, but Chao Wenqin felt a little embarrassed and made an excuse before she ran to the bathroom. Wenqin, are you shy? Look at Ningning, she doesn't care about it at all. Tang Haifeng joked and raised his voice so that Chao Wenqin could hear it. Everyone laughed with happiness and Chao Wenqin flushed red. Gu Ning, on the other hand, pretended to be annoyed. Grandpa, am I thick-skinned in your eyes? Tang Haifeng was struck dumb for a second, then laughed out loud. I didn't say that, but I think you're right. It sounded as if Gu Ning admitted that she was thick-skinned. Everyone in the hall was amused again. Gu Ning also beamed. Dinner was soon ready, and everyone went back to their own rooms after finishing it. Although Gu Ning said that she wouldn't stay in the Tang family's house, the Tang family still arranged a room for her. They were all aware that Gu Ning wasn't a normal kid, and that she didn't need her family's protection. She also had her own career to build, so it wasn't convenient for her to stay in the Tang family's house. Nevertheless, even though Gu Ning was very outstanding and successful, her family still cared a lot about her. Gu Ning along with some other people went back to her house in Huafu Hills. She went to take a shower once she was in her bedroom, then called Lung shouting back. At this time, Lung shouting was chatting with his grandfather in the Lung family's house. The second he saw Gu Ning's call, he stood up and left his grandfather behind, then walked out to answer the call. Hey! Master Lung was a little annoyed after being ignored again. Ningning, what are you doing? Lung shouting asked. I just took a shower and I'm in my bedroom now, Gu Ning said. Hearing that, Lung shouting couldn't help but think of Gu Ning's sexy body and felt aroused. However, Gu Ning wasn't by his side now, so he had to control his desire. Lung shouting was going to talk about something important with Master Lung later, so he didn't chat with Gu Ning on the phone for long. About 10 minutes later, he hung up the call and went back to Master Lung's study. In the living room, Jiang Shuan, Lung Xiaoming and Lung Xiaojia were watching TV together. But Jiang Shuan and Lung Xiaojia kept glancing at Master Lung's study with their eyes full of obvious hatred. Once Lung shouting got home, Master Lung called him to have a talk in the study, and they had stayed inside for a long time. Lung Xiaoming also seldom came home, but Master Lung never talked to him alone, which wasn't fair. Although Lung Xiaoming pretended that he didn't care about that, he was actually quite jealous of Lung Xiaoting in his heart. Nevertheless, he understood that he was inferior to Lung Xiaoting, so he wouldn't complain about it. In a dominant and powerful family like the Lung family, one's ability mattered the most. Lung Xiaoming had to work harder to gain his grandfather's attention. In addition, he clearly knew that his grandfather hated to see siblings competing against each other. If he brought his complaints to the surface, his grandfather might dislike him, especially when Lung Xiaoting kept a distance from the conflicts. Besides, Lung Xiaoting lost his parents when he was just a kid, and he was raised by their grandfather. It was understandable that their grandfather cared more about him. Jiang Shuyuan and Lung Xiaojia, however, were too dumb to be aware of the above. Lung Xiaoming had reminded them not to pick on Lung Xiaoting many times, but they wouldn't listen to him and even criticized him. He had the intention to compete against Lung Xiaoting, but he would do it cleverly. It was meaningless to argue against your competitors. Only the most outstanding one could be the heir of the Lung family. Why does Grandpa always talk to Lung Xiaoting in private every time he's home? It's so unfair. Lung Xiaojia complained in annoyance. Couldn't he care a little about Xiaoming? Xiaoming doesn't often come home either. Jiang Shuyuan said with dissatisfaction. Alright, stop complaining about it. Grandpa will be mad if he hears. Lung Xiaoming interrupted them with impatience. Xiaoming, I'm defending you. Jiang Shuyuan argued. Mom, I've told you countless times to stay away from my personal affairs. Don't you know that Grandpa hates to see competition between siblings? If you continue to do this, Grandpa will only hate us more, Lung Xiaoming said with a resigned look. Both his mother and younger sister were dumb. Xiaoming, you can't let Lung Xiaoting occupy Grandpa's full attention, Lung Xiaojia said. She wasn't ambitious to inherit the Lung family's property, but she hoped that her older brother could do it. Enough! Lung Xiaoming snapped at her, then stood up and walked back to his room. Mom! Lung Xiaojia turned to her mother for support. Let him be. He's always like this. Although Jiang Shuyuan disliked Lung Xiaoming's behavior, she still valued her son above her daughter, so she sided with Lung Xiaoming. Lung Xiaojia didn't think further and thought that her mother cared more about her than her older brother. Right at this moment, Lung Xiaojia's friend called her and invited her to have a drink. Lung Xiaojia was in a bad mood now, so she agreed so that she could relax a little. Lung Xiaojia wasn't a kid and she had her own circle of friends, so Jiang Shuyuan didn't stop her from going out at night, but only reminded her to be careful. The friend who called Lung Xiaojia was her lover, Smith. Therefore, Lung Xiaojia told Jiang Shuyuan that she would stay in her own apartment tonight. Jiang Shuyuan didn't think further and agreed. After hanging up the call with Lung Xiaoting, Gu Ning suddenly remembered that she should go to Shanghai Antique now, so she changed at once, then left her house. Gu Qing and her other relatives didn't stop her either, because they knew that Gu Ning could take good care of herself. It was only a little past 9 now, so it wasn't too late. Young people always gather together at night after all. In the capital, Lung Xiaojia walked into the appointed private room of a club, and only Smith was inside. The moment Lung Xiaojia showed up, Smith walked towards her and kissed her. At the same time, his hands moved around her body and pinched her ass. Lung Xiaojia was in a very short skirt today, so Smith directly reached his hand to her crotch beneath it. Don't, what if a waiter comes in? Lung Xiaojia pushed him away. Don't worry about that. The waiter will knock on the door before he comes in, Smith said, but didn't force her to do what he wanted. Anyway, he could do whatever he wanted a while later. Smith hugged Lung Xiaojia with an arm and went to sit on the sofa. He poured a glass of drink for her and clinked his glass against hers. What? Are you in a bad mood? Smith asked Lung Xiaojia when he saw her drinking one glass after another without stopping at all. Lung Xiaojia ignored him but kept on drinking. Since she wanted to drink, Smith wouldn't stop her. I can't wait a second longer. Let's go. Smith pulled Leng Xiaojia to leave when she had had a lot to drink. He lost control of his desire when facing Leng Xiaojia. Therefore they left together. When they just walked out of the club, Leng Xiaojia met someone that she knew. Tang Yixin was with another woman, but Qi Ziyue was absent. Tang Yixin also loved playing around, and she stayed out late with her friends when Qi Ziyue wasn't with her. Although Tang Yixin lived a life of decadence and self-indulgence, she would restrict herself when she was with Qi Ziyue because she liked him. Miss Leng. Tang Yixin greeted Leng Xiaojia politely, because Leng Xiaojia was from a family that was much more powerful than her family. Nice to see you, Miss Tang, Leng Xiaojia said. They were merely acquaintances and soon separated. Both of them came here for fun, so Tang Yixin didn't pay much attention to the man standing beside Leng Xiaojia. After that, Tang Yixin and her friend went to a private room in the club. There were 3 men and a woman inside, and they were all her friends. However, they weren't Tang Yixin's real friends but friends with benefits, and they just hung out and had sex together. 2 men stood up once Tang Yixin and the other woman walked inside. You're finally here. We've waited for you for a long time. Come on, have a drink. One man hugged Tang Yixin with an arm, then handed her a glass of drink. Tang Yixin didn't mind at all, and drank it without hesitation. When Tang Yixin was drinking, the man pinched her ass with great force, but Tang Yixin said nothing, nor did she move away. The majority of rich people in the high society indulged themselves in alcohol and sex, but outsiders knew nothing about it. Even Qi Ziyue knew little about Tang Yixin's private life. He thought that she simply liked hanging out with her friends, but had no idea that she had sex with a lot of men. When they were all seated, Tang Yixin took off her coat and pressed her body against the man. She was wearing a tight and short dress, and her boobs almost popped out. It was more convenient for her to have sex in that. Yixin, where is your man, Qi Ziyue? The man asked her. He went abroad and won't be back until a few days later, Tang Yixin said. Does that mean that you're free today? He asked again. Of course, or I wouldn't have come out.
Tang Yixin bị mét.
Hearing that, the man said by Tang Yixin's ears in a low voice, Why don't we go back to my house tonight? Tang Yixin put on a seductive smile. Sure. Hearing that, the man laughed with happiness. Afterwards, they continued to drink and play. Why don't we play the game that we all love? One woman proposed. Good idea. The same game and the same punishment, a man said with a filthy smile. In City B, Gu Ning went to the antique street that looked totally different at night. Most of the buildings on the antique street were very old, but the view here was still attractive with a few visitors. Gu Ning parked her car, but didn't get out right away because she didn't want to be recognized by others. Therefore, she disguised herself as Tang Aining before she left her car and walked ahead. She walked straight towards Shanghai Antique, and it was still the same as earlier that day, because this case was still under investigation, so the scene wasn't cleared yet. Without sunshine, Shanghai Antique looked scarier and had strong yin surrounding it. Most importantly, Gu Ning saw a red figure among the ruins. Something blocked her sight and she couldn't see it clearly, so she used her jade eyes. There was indeed a figure, or a ghost to be specific. It was a female ghost. It seemed to be a noble lady from the Qing dynasty because it was dressed in red Manchu clothes with luxurious accessories. It stood there staring at the damaged paintings scattered on the ground. Gu Ning could feel its anger. The female ghost also sensed that someone was looking at it. It turned and found Gu Ning. The moment its sight fell on Gu Ning, it was stunned because Gu Ning was looking at it. Gu Ning didn't avoid its eyes and stared straight at it. She did it on purpose so that the female ghost would know that she was able to see it. The female ghost was surprised and confused, because it couldn't believe that a human could see it. It stood there in silence and didn't know what to do. Like that, a human and a female ghost stared straight at each other in the night. Within a minute, Gu Ning moved her eyes away from the female ghost. She checked her surroundings and ran towards the ruins when she made sure that there was nobody around her. The female ghost was shocked seeing Gu Ning running over. The female ghost subconsciously moved a few steps backwards. It wasn't scared of Gu Ning but stayed alert. Gu Ning stopped when she was 2 meters away from it. Did you cause the collapse? Although she asked it that question, she already had the answer. Gu Ning thought that the female ghost must have done it for a reason. There must be something hidden behind this store. The female ghost was very surprised when Gu Ning talked to it. It was true that this human could see it. The female ghost stayed alert and asked, "So what? Who are you? How can you see me? Why did you do it?" Gu Ning asked again. It was obvious that the female ghost was annoyed by that question, and it shouted in anger all of a sudden. "They tore the painting of me to pieces. Without the painting, I have nowhere to stay, and I can never meet my husband again." Speaking to the end, the female ghost seemed to want to kill. The owner of Shanghai Antique just got a new batch of ancient objects last night, and there was a painting among it. The female ghost was the figure in the painting. In fact, the owner of Shanghai Antique was innocent because it was a staff member who tore the painting to pieces, not him. When the owner of the Shanghai Antique and the staff member saw the painting of the beautiful woman, both of them were stunned by her beauty. However, the staff member kept staring at the woman in the painting when he was at work. All of a sudden, the beautiful woman became a ghost in his sight, which scared him, and he tore it to pieces in fear. As a result, the female ghost lost the place where it stayed, and it became homeless. Out of fury, she made Shanghai Antique collapse. As a ghost, it was unusually powerful, so it was very easy for it to destroy a small building. The staff member was very lucky, because he wasn't killed but just got injured in the accident. Even though the staff member survived, Gu Ning had no sympathy for him, because it was his fault which caused the collapse. The staff member probably didn't think that he had done anything wrong, but he shouldn't have torn the painting to pieces. Nevertheless, it wasn't appropriate for the female ghost to stay in this world. So Gu Ning thought that she should find a good way to deal with it. At the same time, Gu Ning wondered who her husband was. Gu Ning understood that it must have something to do with the painting. "What will happen to you without the painting?" Gu Ning asked. The female ghost sneered, which was quite scary. "Without the painting, I'll be trapped here forever." It sounded very sad. "If I can't leave here, this place will be haunted from now on. No matter who walks near, he or she will be affected or killed." The female ghost added in a cold tone. Gu Ning knew that it wasn't kidding because it was full of strong hatred now. It wasn't surprising if it vented its anger on common humans. As more humans were killed, the ghost would become increasingly strong. It wouldn't be easy to persuade the female ghost not to hurt innocent human beings. "Except for the painting, where else can you stay?" Gu Ning asked. Although it was a ghost, it wasn't suitable to eliminate it right now or right here. Gu Ning had to remove it from here before she could get rid of it. "Why should I tell you?" the female ghost asked Gu Ning in annoyance. Gu Ning smiled and looked kind. "I can help you." "You can help me?" The female ghost couldn't believe its ears. "Who are you? Why can you see me, and why aren't you afraid of me?" It asked Gu Ning again. I'm a normal human, but more than just a normal human at the same time. I have a pair of eyes which can see many things that others can't," Gu Ning said. "I've seen many ghosts before, so I'm not afraid of you at all." "You've seen many ghosts before?" The female ghost was shocked. "Yes," Gu Ning replied. "Why do you want to help me?" the female ghost asked. "I don't want anything terrible to happen here again," Gu Ning said with sincerity. Gu Ning saw that this female ghost wasn't evil, just troublesome. There was no need for Gu Ning to deceive it. It would be better if she could solve this problem in harmony. The female ghost hesitated for a while, because it indeed needed someone's help to get back to the painting. It seemed like only Gu Ning was able to help it right now. "Well, I can go back to the painting as long as you can repair it," the female ghost said, pointing at the painting lying on the ground. Gu Ning turned to see the painting, and found that except for the beautiful women, there was also a man along with beautiful mountain scenery in it. The man's face was unclear in it, because he stood a little far away and was practicing with a sword. The beautiful woman, who was this female ghost, was playing a zither, but not in the red clothing. The beautiful woman was the main character in the painting, so her face was very clear with vivid features. Gu Ning understood that the man in the painting must be the female ghost's husband. The painting won't be the same even if I stick the pieces back together, Gu Ning said. It's fine as long as they can be a whole, the female ghost said. Well, I think that's easy and I can do it for you right now, Gu Ning said. And a bottle of glue showed up in her hand the next second, which amazed the female ghost. The female ghost thought that Gu Ning could use magic. Gu Ning would keep her magical power as a secret in front of humans, but it would be fine if she used her magical power in front of ghosts. Humans couldn't see ghosts, so ghosts weren't able to leak the information to them. In addition, Gu Ning also needed to show her ability to make the ghosts fear her. Didn't you say that you're just a normal human? How come you can use magic? The female ghost asked. I'm sorry, it's a secret. Don't worry, I won't use it against you as long as you're cooperative, Gu Ning said. The female ghost closed its mouth at once. It sensed that Gu Ning wasn't simple at all, so it didn't dare to annoy her. Gu Ning soon stuck the pieces of the painting back together, but there were many cracks left on it. The female ghost's face lit up the second the painting went back to normal, but its pale face looked quite frightening with the happy expression. Please wait a moment. I need to have a try to see whether I can stay in it, the female ghost said to Gu Ning. Sure, Gu Ning said. Afterwards, the female ghost became a thin line of red light then entered the painting. The female ghost didn't actually become a part of the painting, but it was appreciating the world displayed by the painting. In the world there were real mountains, houses, flowers and trees. The man was dancing with a sword, while the woman was playing the zither. Everything seemed to be a movie which was played in front of the female ghost. Although it couldn't touch them, it felt quite satisfied watching them from the side. The female ghost could only feel happiness when it was with its husband at this moment. It didn't forget that Gu Ning was still waiting for her outside the painting, so it came out a few seconds later. It put on a serious face and said to Gu Ning, if you don't want me to cause any trouble again if this painting is torn to pieces, please take good care of it. If this painting is badly damaged, it'll be meaningless to repair it. The female ghost threatened Gu Ning because it was unwilling to be apart from its husband again. It was what Gu Ning wanted too, so she didn't mind it. No problem, I'll put it away properly, Gu Ning said. Great, the female ghost said. When it was about to get back to the painting, Gu Ning stopped it. Wait a second. What? The female ghost asked. Could you please tell me where this painting was kept before? Gu Ning understood that this batch of ancient objects must be out of a grave, and there must be many still on the market. The female ghost was struck dumb for a second. It looked sad then stayed alert. Why do you want to know? Since the painting of you is here, the place where it was kept before must have been disturbed by someone. Those ancient objects are all covered in yin, and you should know that yin is harmful for normal humans. I think I should do something, Gu Ning said. Gu Ning wouldn't sit on her hands. She was the only one in this world who could see ghosts and monsters with her jade eyes. And she had met multiple strange things ever since her rebirth. It must have something to do with her, so she had the duty to investigate it. The female ghost suddenly thought of something, and it believed that only this young girl in front of it could help it. After thinking for a while, the female ghost said, I can tell you, but you must help me do something. What is it? Gu Ning asked. She didn't agree with the female ghost right away, because she wasn't sure whether she could help it or not. Although Gu Ning seemed to be super powerful and like there was nothing she couldn't do, it didn't mean that she could solve every problem. Please help me move the master coffin in that grave to another place so that nobody can damage it again. And the painting of me should be put into the coffin too, the female ghost said. Sure, it's easy, Gu Ning said. Afterwards, the female ghost told Gu Ning the location of the grave. I don't know how long I've been dead till now, so I probably can't tell you the detailed location of the grave. I was born in 1681 and died in 1697. I was 16 that year when I died, and it was my wedding day. The female ghost told Gu Ning the tragic story behind her death. I was the daughter of a cabinet official, and grew up with the son of a duke. We became a couple after overcoming many difficulties, and thought that we could finally live a happy life together. However, my husband abruptly died of a serious disease on our wedding day, and people blamed me for it. I suffered from verbal abuse and humiliation, but my husband's mother burned me to death in the end. She even made people believe that I committed suicide out of guilt. I didn't understand why she would do that to me until I stayed in her room for a few days as a ghost. It turned out that my husband wasn't her biological son. She became pregnant at the same time as another woman, and the prince said that whoever gave birth to a boy would be his wife. She was worried that the baby in her belly might be a girl, so she prepared a little boy when she was about to deliver. If she gave birth to a girl, she would replace the girl with the boy. Without surprise, she gave birth to a girl, and the prepared boy replaced her biological daughter as planned. The boy was precisely my husband. In that way, my husband became the son of the Duke, while she became the Duchess. However, she got pregnant again 3 years later, and it was a boy, so she began to keep a distance from my husband. The Duke, however, treated my husband very well and even chose my husband to be the heir, which was unacceptable in her eyes. Therefore, she schemed against my husband on our wedding day. Hearing that story, Gu Ning was surprised to know that the female ghost was born in a family of power. Since it was the grave of a duke's son, there had to be many valuable ancient objects inside. If all of them were dug out and put on the market, many people could be affected by the een. Even though my husband died, he was still a son of the duke, and the Duchess kept his real identity secret to prevent her dirty deed from being exposed. Therefore, my husband had a grand funeral at Jiulong Mountain not far from the capital, but I don't know whether the mountain is still called Jiulong Mountain now, the female ghost said with worry. Jiulong Mountain still exists and I've heard of it before, Gu Ning said. Gu Ning had heard of Jiulong Mountain because there was a Jiulong Mountain Villa at the foot of it. Jiulong Mountain Villa was a high-end private club, and people who went there for a meal or vacation were either super rich or powerful. In her previous incarnation, she had been there a few times for tasks. Great, you can call me out when you arrive at Jiulong Mountain, and I can lead the way for you, the female ghost said with excitement. I'll go to the capital to deal with something in a few days so you can wait for it, Gu Ning said. Sure, the female ghost said. Get back in the painting so that I can take you away, Gu Ning said. The female ghost became a thin line of red light and entered the painting. Then Gu Ning rolled it up and put it into the telepathic eye space. After that, Gu Ning let the Jiao out and asked it whether it could absorb the een here. If it couldn't, Gu Ning would use her night luminescent pearl to do it. The Jiao nodded and absorbed the een in the building, so the building soon went back to normal. Without delay, Gu Ning put the Jiao away and left. In the capital, Ling Xiaojia and Smith went to have rough sex in a hotel, while Tang Yexin and the man also went back to the man's house later. There were all kinds of people in this world. Some liked to live a peaceful life, while some needed excitement every day. Ling Xiaojia was single, so there was nothing wrong even if she had sex with a random man, but Tang Yexin was different. She already had a fiancé, so it was amoral that she still made love with another man. Qi Ziyue actually did the same thing. He also had mistresses or bought sex with money when Tang Yexin wasn't by his side, but kept his behavior a secret from her. In that case, Tang Yexin trusted that Qi Ziyue was loyal to her. In addition, Tang Yexin believed that Qi Ziyue relied on her to gain his high social status today, so he wouldn't dare to betray her. If Qi Ziyue dared to do that, she could take everything he had away from him in an instant. And on the contrary, even if he found that she was always cheating on him, he would forgive her. Tang Yexin was quite confident in herself. In fact, men and women weren't equal in this society, because many people believed that it was normal that men cheated on their partners, but women couldn't do the same thing. If a man cheated on his partner, people would say that it was understandable because it was something all men did. However, if a woman cheated on her partner, people would strongly criticize her. All in all, men held a higher social status than women. The next morning, Leng Xiaoting called Gu Ning at 8 a.m. and told her that he was leaving for the military base. Because it was a routine training, his phone would be off for 4 days at least. After the training, he might be free and could go to Burma with her. Gu Man came at 8:30 a.m. to take Gu Qing and the others to the airport. They reached the airport at about 9:30 a.m., So Guman talked with her relatives for a while before they left. Gu Ning and Guman then went back to the Tang family's house for lunch, and Gu Ning left after the meal. Guman and Tang Yunfan were going abroad for their honeymoon that afternoon, and they would be back in a week because Tang Yunfan had a large business corporation to run. Many noble ladies and rich women fell in love with gowns from Charm after Guman's wedding, so Yuzi was very busy these days. Yang Ziqian had some complaints but didn't say them aloud because it was Yuzi's career. Yuzi sometimes called him, but they didn't have much time to meet. Kamei Beauty Salon also became more popular after the wedding. Many women made reservations to try the skincare products, so Cozy attracted more customers as well. Within a short time, Cozy became a well-known brand among those rich women. Kamei Beauty Salon was about to open a second store in City B. Because there were too many new VIP members. Manager Ding called Guman and talked about it with her, and Guman agreed. However, she knew little about opening a branch, so she turned to Tang Yunfan for help. At the beginning, she wanted to call Gu Ning for advice, but she thought that it would be better if her husband solved this problem for her since she was married now. Moreover, the Tang family was very influential in City B, so it would be very easy for Tang Yunfan to handle it. Tang Yunfan was more than willing to help Gu Man. There were actually several Fengshang shopping malls in City B. The first shop of Kamei Beauty Salon was located downtown, so Tang Yunfan thought that Gu Man could open branches in other districts of City B. The downtown Fengshang shopping mall had the largest flow of people, but there were many people who visited Fengshang shopping mall in other districts of City B every day too. Normally, visitors from other cities would shop downtown, so shopping malls at the city center were always crowded. Tang Yunfan told Quan Mingkai to find a good shop for Gu Man in other shopping malls. In fact, it wasn't easy to run a profitable business nowadays. Even if Fengshang shopping mall had a large flow of people, only half of the shops were popular, and many of them could barely stay afloat. Before long, Quan Mingkai found a shop for rent which was suitable for a beauty salon. Tang Yunfan told Quan Mingkai to rent it and furnish it in the same style as Kamei Beauty Salon. Once it was done, Gu Man told manager Ding that she could hire more people and train them to work in the branch now. They needed more experienced beauticians, instead of people without skills. It would save a lot of time for them. When it was 4 p.m., Guman and Tang Yunfan left for the airport together, and they leave for Country Y at 6 p.m. The Tang family also had businesses in Country Y, so Tang Yunfan could have a look there during their honeymoon. Gu Ning was free the next day, so she went to the Tang family's house. Even if Guman and Tang Yunfan were gone for their honeymoon, Tang Haifeng stayed at home all day long, so she thought that she should visit her grandfather. After all, she was going to the capital tomorrow too, and would leave for Burma a few days later, so she should spend more time with Tang Haifeng now. Tang Haifeng had heard that the Mu family was in a total mess now, so he asked Gu Ning whether it was caused by K. Gu Ning had told Tang Haifeng about K's relationship with the Mu family, so Tang Haifeng thought of K once he heard that the Mu family was in big trouble now. Gu Ning didn't bother to keep it secret, and directly admitted it. Tang Haifeng didn't criticize her, because the Mu family asked for it themselves. If Mu Xuxin hadn't treated his ex-wife so badly before, his son wouldn't have taken revenge. Tang Haifeng had no sympathy for the Mu family. He looked kind and nice in his family's eyes, but he could be very cruel to his enemies and bad people. Even though the Mu family had cooperated with the Tang family in business, Mu Xuxin wasn't a good man in Tang Haifeng's eyes. Besides, Gu Ning told him not to get involved in this, so he would definitely stay away from it. Gu Ning flew to the capital a day later. She arrived at the airport of the capital at 10:20 a.m. She had called K before she left for the capital and asked K whether he was free to pick her up. K got excited the moment he heard that Gu Ning was coming to the capital. Of course I'm free, but since you'll be in the capital soon, when will you register a game company? K couldn't wait for a second longer, because the game was already done and had passed the alpha test. He was ready to release it once the game company was established. Gu Ning was amused that K was being so urgent, but she could understand his feelings. I'll be reaching the capital around 10:20 a.m., and it takes 40 minutes to get to the city center. So we can go finish the legal procedure together before lunch. Great! Kay was thrilled. Coincidentally, Gu-ning ran into Chiziyue, who just off the plane too. Gu-ning pretended that she didn't see him. Chiziyue, however, couldn't ignore Gu-ning because she was a gorgeous girl. At the very beginning he paid attention to her because of her relationship with the Su family, but now he somehow felt that she was very special. Although she stayed aloof, she was too beautiful and attractive to be ignored. Therefore, Chiziyue walked to Gu-ning and greeted her. "Hi, what a coincidence." "Hi," Gu-ning said, but didn't bother to smile at him. Afterwards she walked away, leaving him behind. Being ignored, Chiziyue was a little displeased, but didn't mind it, because they were simply acquaintances. Without delay, Chiziyue followed Gu-ning. "May I know your name?" Men were all the same. If a woman was very interested in him, he wouldn't pay attention to her and even thought that she was annoying. However, if the woman kept a distance from him or even deliberately ignored him, he would have a burning desire to attract her attention. Chiziyue had never been ignored by any women before, so Gu-ning's behavior aroused his interest. In addition, Gu-ning was his type. "My surname is Gu," Gu-ning said without looking at him. Although Gu-ning hated Chiziyue, she couldn't show her real feelings on her face at this time. If Chiziyue felt her strong hatred towards him, he might become alert and pay more attention to her, which could cause unnecessary trouble. "Miss Gu, do you need a ride?" Chiziyue asked her. "Thanks, but my friend is fetching me," Gu-ning said. "Fine." Since she said that, Chiziyue didn't insist. He stopped and watched Gu-ning getting into the car. When Gu-ning was gone, he turned to his own car in the parking lot. Kay drove Gu-ning to the Administration for Industry and Commerce. "Have you prepared all the documents?" Gu-ning asked. "Sure, Songi has checked them for me too," Kay said with excitement.
Gu-ning smiled.
Kay looked like a happy little boy who just got sweet candies. Afterwards, Gu-ning called Songi and told him to book a room for lunch. They would dine together with Lu Zhan and Lu Xiao. They hadn't gathered together in a long time. Lu Zhan was delighted to know that Gu-ning was coming, and he couldn't wait to share the good news about infinite horror with her. Gu-ning and Kay filled in some forms when they arrived at the government building. After they handed in the necessary documents, the only thing they needed to do now was to wait. When they arrived at the appointed restaurant, it was almost 12 p.m. Songi and the others were already there, and they had ordered many dishes. Once Gu-ning and Kay arrived, the dishes would be placed on the table. However, they encountered a familiar face in the hall. The person was Mu Xuxin, Kay's biological father and enemy. The second Kay saw Mu Xuxin, his face changed. Probably because Mu Xuxin hadn't seen Kay for many years, he failed to recognize Kay, but greeted Gu-ning first. "Miss Gu, what a coincidence. It's so nice to see you again," Mu Xuxin said politely. In fact, he didn't look well because the Mu family was still in a complete mess. Even though Kay, who worked for Gu-ning, had a long-standing grudge against the Mu family, the Tang family was still one of the Mu family's important business partners. The Mu family was also invited to attend Gu-man and Tang Yunfan's wedding. He had heard of the story about Gu-man and Tang Yunfan, so he was aware that Gu-ning was Tang Yunfan's biological daughter. "Nice to see you, Mr. Mu," Gu-ning said with a smile. Even though Mu Xuxin failed to recognize Kay, he thought that Kay looked quite familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen Kay before. "Mr. Mu, nice to see you." Kay opened his mouth at this moment. Kay hated to talk with Mu Xuxin, but today was different. Mu Xuxin was in big trouble now, which was exactly what he had wanted and made happen. He had to seize this chance to make fun of Mu Xuxin. You're... Mu Xuxin rounded his eyes in shock all of a sudden. Mu Xuxin had been too busy these days, so it took him a long while to remember Kay. When he finally recognized Kay, he realized that his son was still alive. "I feel quite honored that you still remember me," Kay mocked. Mu Xuxin panicked and avoided Kay's eyes. "It's fine. We're merely strangers now," Kay said airily, like it was the truth. Kay didn't care if Mu Xuxin remembered him or not, because Mu Xuxin was his enemy. Mu Xuxin, however, felt utterly embarrassed. "Oh, I'm sorry, I've been too busy these days. How are you doing?" Mu Xuxin asked but felt uneasy. "I'm good, very good, especially recently," Kay said with a broad smile on his face. Kay felt quite pleased that the Mu family was in great trouble, but Mu Xuxin didn't know that the trouble was caused by Kay. "Glad to know that," Mu Xuxin said. "Well, actually, I've been searching for you all the time, but you were nowhere to be found." Mu Xuxin thought that Mu Wenqi's future would be ruined after being put in jail, so it wasn't a bad thing if his other son could come back to his side. However, Kay didn't accept him as his father. He regarded him as his enemy. Although they were related, Kay would never forget what his mother had been through. He had suffered from the unpleasant memory for a long time, and couldn't wait to see the Mu family ruined. Really? Kay obviously didn't believe it. "Mr. Mu, I wasn't born yesterday, and it's a stupid lie. Given the Mu family's influence, it should be very easy for you to find a kid. I don't care whether you had the intention to find me or not, but I just think that it sounds so ridiculous." Mu Xuxin flushed with embarrassment, and also felt slightly annoyed. Mu Yi caused him to lose face in public. Luckily, only Gu Ning stood near them, and the others were a distance away from them. Mu Xuxin understood that he shouldn't have abandoned Mu Yi and his mother, but it didn't mean that he would accept Mu Ye's criticism. All in all, Mu Xuxin was still a selfish man, and that would never change. Mu Xuxin had abandoned his first wife and son for wealth many years ago, and he could do the same thing now. Gu Ning also felt a little embarrassed because she was an outsider here after all, and it wasn't appropriate for her to stay here hearing their argument. "Well, I think that I should leave to meet the others right now, and you can come later." "Don't, you're my boss and I can't keep you waiting for me. I have nothing to talk to him about. Let's go now," Kay said. "She's your boss." Mu Xuxin was surprised. "Right, Miss Gu is my boss, I work for her now," Kay said with pride. "Mr. Mu, I'm afraid that we have to go," Gu Ning said to Mu Xuxin. After that, they walked away together, leaving Mu Xuxin behind. Mu Xuxin wanted to stop Mu Yi, but didn't know how. Mu Yi just argued with him, and he had nothing else to talk to Mu Yi about either, so he could only stand there watching them leaving. An idea dawned on Mu Xuxin after they walked away. Since Mu Yi worked for Gu Ning might help the Mu family out if Mu Yi took over the Mu family's business. In addition, Gu Ning also had the support of the Tang family, so it should be very easy for her to help them. Although Mu Xuxin didn't know who had caused the trouble for his family, he knew that the Tang family could easily solve this problem. The Mu family had already suffered great losses. If they couldn't overcome this crisis as soon as possible, their family business would soon go bankrupt. Besides, Mu Wenqi was in jail now, so it was impossible for him to take over the Mu family's business. If Mu Yi was willing to join the Mu family, Mu Xuxin would let him take over the Mu family's business. In that case, he could still live a luxurious life. Thinking of that, Mu Xuxin made up his mind to talk to Mu Yi later. He didn't think that Mu Yi would reject this generous offer. In his eyes, nobody could say no to a fortune. Mu Xuxin had nothing else to deal with today, so he decided to wait for Mu Yi in the hall. Once Gu Ning walked into the private room, Chun Songyi and the others stood up and greeted her. "Hi, boss." They respected Gu Ning and also got along with her like friends. Gu Ning wouldn't give them too much pressure either. They chose to work for Gu Ning because of her outstanding ability, so they wouldn't disdain her. Although Lu Xiao was just temporarily managing Fenghua Entertainment for Gu Ning, and he would leave in the future, he still took Gu Ning as his boss. Moreover, he also admired what Gu Ning had achieved till now. "Have a seat, please," Gu Ning said to them. After they were all seated, Lu Zhan said, "Boss, the box office of Infinite Horror is beyond my expectation, and it's a great success. Director Mu is amazing and made the film a blockbuster." "Ah, thanks." Mu Yi laughed a little. Once Infinite Horror became a success, many film teams asked me who edited it. It's obvious that they want to poach Director Mu. I didn't tell them. "I'm not dumb," Lu Zhan said. Lu Zhan said that in order to remind Mu Yi that many people were trying to poach him, Kay understood, but he wouldn't leave Gu Ning's company. Don't worry, I won't leave our team for money, Kay said with a serious face. Kay didn't lack money, nor did he care much about money. Gu Ning had cured his legs after all, and he was always grateful to her. Lu Zhan felt relieved knowing that Kay wouldn't leave them for money. Gu Ning was confident that Kay wouldn't leave her company for money, because she could offer him whatever he wanted. He had freedom and enough funds to do whatever he wanted to do in Gu Ning's company. Take the game company as an example. Gu Ning went to register a game company just because Kay wanted to release a game. She trusted him. Even if it failed and wasn't profitable, she could still afford the result. However, Kay wouldn't have that unconditional support in other companies. Businessmen valued profits above anything else, and many of them were unwilling to take risks. It was also the reason why so many companies made slow progress over a long time. Will director Mu be in charge of the editing of all the films and TV shows produced by Fenghua Entertainment in the future? Lu Zhan asked with anticipation. Ever since Lu Zhan found out about Kay's outstanding skills of editing, he lost interest in other post-production teams. However, it was up to Kay and Gu Ning to make the decision. No problem, but I can only do it when I'm not occupied by my own work, Kay said with alacrity. It was easy for him to edit a film, and there would only be 1 or 2 films within a year. In addition, Fenghua was also owned by Gu Ning. Oh, do you have other friends who work in this industry as well? Gu Ning asked Kay all of a sudden. She had an idea to hire more skilled people. Kay understood Gu Ning's aim and said, I know many people in this industry, but they aren't my friends. If you need, I can call them. Thanks, but don't force them to work for me, Gu Ning said. She indeed needed skilled workers, but she wouldn't force them to work for her. I understand, Kay said. Boss, I'm going to work on the script for Duan Lisan's Palace novel, and I think that Tang Xiaoxiao can be the leading actress. She's an A-list good actress. Su Tongnua should be in the show too. There is a role of a female general which is very suitable for her. I've talked with Tongnua and she did a good audition, so she got the role. As for the rest of the roles, they're open for competition. I'll send an invitation letter to audition to Han Lingxuan and Bai Lin too, Lu Zhan said. Lu Zhan was aware that Han Lingxuan and Bai Lin planned to join Fenghua Entertainment in the future. Gu Ning also agreed to hire them, and Lu Zhan thought that they were good actors too. They just needed suitable roles to gain more fame. You can make decisions. I trust you, Gu Ning said. Thanks, I won't disappoint you, Lu Zhan said with confidence. After the great success of their first film, Lu Zhan was full of hope. At this time Chen Songyi said, Boss, the construction of the headquarters is mostly done, and it has been aired for a week now, so it's ready for us to work there. Ever since Chen Songyi took charge of the construction project, they hired more people to speed it up, and finished it within 3 months. The building had 18 stories in all, which was a complicated project. For now, 80% of it was done, and it had been aired for a week. Great, you'll be responsible for that, Gu Ning said. No problem, Chen Songyi said. After lunch, Gu Ning planned to take some antiques to Shangyun Antique Store at the Antique Street. Boss, let me drive you there, Kay said. It's fine. I'll go to the headquarters with you first, then I'll drive there myself, Gu Ning said. If Kay went there with her, it wouldn't be convenient for her to take out antiques from the telepathic eye space. Sure, Kay said. After that, they went back to the headquarters together. However, Mu Xuxin stopped Kay in the hall of the restaurant. Hi, Miss Gu. Can I talk privately with Mu Yi for a while?
Mukuchi nosket Guning.
Since Gu Ning was Mu Ye's boss, he should ask for Gu Ning's permission. To his surprise, before Gu Ning could say anything, Kay interrupted them. I don't think it's necessary. Chen Songyi knew Mu Xuxin, so he was mad too when he saw Mu Xuxin. Mu Xuxin was the man who caused the death of Mu Ye's mother, and Mu Yi had lived his life in pain for the past few years. Chen Songyi was also happy to see the Mu family's current terrible situation. However, he was surprised when Kay and Mu Xuxin talked to each other like they had already met before. Lu Zhan and Lu Xiao didn't know Mu Xuxin, but they noticed that Mu Xuxin resembled Kay. So it was obvious that their relationship wasn't simple. Given K's attitude towards Mu Xuxin, they couldn't be close. Mu Yi, I just need 5 minutes. Can we have a private talk? Mu Xuxin asked with a serious face. He was confident that he could persuade K to help him in 5 minutes. Seeing Mu Xuxin being so serious, K realized what he wanted to talk with him about. Fine, 5 minutes. Afterwards he said to Gu Ning, Boss, please leave without me. I'll go back on my own later. Sure, Gu Ning said, then left with the others. Before they walked out of the restaurant, Chan Songyi glanced at K and Mu Xuxin. In fact, he was worried that K might lose control and say or do something inappropriate because he knew how much K hated Mu Xuxin. Mu Xuxin noticed Chan Songyi's glance, but didn't pay much attention to it. Boss, have they already met each other? Chan Songyi asked Gu Ning outside.
Yeah, Gu Ning said.
What did Mu Yi say or do? Chan Songyi asked. He was fine, but Mu Xuxin was annoyed by him, Gu Ning said. Hearing that, Chan Songyi felt relieved.
Mu Xuxin.
Mu Ye. Hearing that, both Lu Zhan and Lu Xiao realized their relationship, but neither of them said it aloud. K followed Mu Xuxin to sit by a tea table in the hall. Mu Xuxin handed K the menu, but K didn't take it. I don't want to drink. Since K didn't want to drink, Mu Xuxin put the menu down and directly talked to him. Mu Yi, I know that you dislike me, and I've always felt guilty of what I've done to you. Can you give me a chance to make it up to you? How? K asked and sneered. You can join the Mu family and be the heir of our family's business, Mu Xuxin said with confidence. The Mu family? I think that it should be the Zhu family because you married into the Zhu family, K said. You? Mu Xuxin was struck dumb for a second and got furious because K hit the point and humiliated him. Fine, it's the Mu family because you made it. Even if it's the Mu family's business, isn't it going bankrupt now? K sneered again. How could you? Mu Xuxin was astonished. Fine, since you've heard of it, I can tell you the truth. It's true that the Mu family is in a mess now, but a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. I know that you're very close to Gu Ning, and she'll help you as long as you're willing to take over the Mu family's business. Even if Gu Ning isn't able to help you out, she has the Tang family's support. There is nothing the Tang family can't do in City B, Mu Xuxin said. Mu Xuxin took it for granted, but it sounded ridiculous in Mu Ye's ears. Aren't you afraid that your wife and son will compete against me in the future? K asked. I'm the leading role in the Mu family now, they can't make the decision, Mu Xuxin said. He believed that Mu Yi asked him for details because he was considering his offer. I love freedom more than money and fame, K said. You can't live your life without money and fame. You're a grown-up man, and you should take your career as the first priority.
Mu Xuxin criticized K.
At this moment he forgot how terrible his relationship with Mu Yi was, and he thought that he could criticize or even snap at Mu Yi as a father. Do you mean that I should learn from you and abandon family for career? K said in anger. Men probably should pay more attention to their career, but it wasn't persuasive at all when Mu Xuxin said that. A real man would fight for his future with his own ability, but Mu Xuxin had abandoned his family for a rich girl. He was shameless and selfish. He was also ruthless because he had no moral standards. You? Mu Xuxin got furious when Mu Yi mocked him, but he had to admit that it was the truth. Even though it was the truth, he didn't feel regretful at all. If he hadn't done that, he couldn't have become successful. In addition, he had secretly supported Mu Yi and Mu Ye's mother. If his second marriage hadn't been exposed, he would have supported Mu Yi till Mu Yi graduated from college. Mu Xuxin thought that he had done everything he could, but it was unacceptable in Mu Ye's eyes. Oh, by the way, I don't lack money at all because Miss Gu offers me a very generous pay. My annual package is dozens of millions of yuan, and my job isn't tiring. I'm living a good, happy life now and I don't want to change it, K said. He loved freedom, but also wanted to do something meaningful. And now he had a good job and lived a happy life. Mu Xuxin was shocked when he heard that K earned dozens of millions of yuan every year. It couldn't just be salary and K should be a shareholder. It was true that K was a shareholder of Shengning. However, the Mu family had over 1 billion yuan in assets, and Mu Xuxin didn't think that Mu Yi was willing to give up 1 billion yuan for just dozens of millions of yuan. Mu Yi, are you sure that you don't want to take over the Mu family's business? Will you give up 1 billion yuan for just over dozens of millions of yuan? Mu Xuxin asked. If so, Mu Yi would be an idiot in Mu Xuxin's eyes. Actually, there were many people who wouldn't be tempted to do anything for money. Aren't you afraid that Miss Gu will act against the Mu family if she knows that you're trying to poach me? Kay sneered. Well, Mu Xuxin was struck dumb for a second. He didn't think further about it, but simply believed that Gu Ning would help him for Mu Ye's sake. Given Mu Ye's close relationship with Gu Ning would indeed help him if he needed her help. Mu Yi understood it very well, but he didn't need it right now. All right, time's up. I have to leave now. Kay checked the time and stood up. Wait a second. Mu Xuxin stopped him at once. Mu Yi, think about it. You could be the heir of the Mu family. Mr. Mu, forget it. Even if I take over the Mu family's business, neither Gu Ning nor the Tang family will give me a helping hand. To be honest with you, even I won't stop the person destroying the Mu family, Kay said with determination. It seemed like he couldn't wait to see the Mu family ruined. In other words, it was very likely that Mu Yi would make Mu Xuxin a mere figurehead once he took over the Mu family's business. Mu Xuxin was Mu Ye's enemy after all, and it would never change. Mu Xuxin finally realized that Mu Yi was happy to see the Mu family in trouble. Mu Yi, Mu Xuxin pointed at Mu Yi with his finger, but didn't know how to criticize him. Right, I'm happy to see the Mu family in great trouble, Kay said, and didn't bother to hide his strong hatred towards the Mu family. Mu Xuxin, I clearly remember how you betrayed my mother, and how my mother died. You! Mu Xuxin panicked a little when Mu Yi became so aggressive. He was astonished to find that Mu Yi hated him so deeply. However, Mu Xuxin still had no idea that it was Mu Yi who caused his family the trouble. Mu Yi only needed a computer which was connected to the internet to do whatever he wanted. Well, it's time for you to know the truth now. I'm the person who causes the great trouble for the Mu family, and I won't stop doing it, Kay said with pride and pleasure. What? It's you. Mu Xuxin rounded his eyes in shock. He couldn't believe his ears when he heard that Mu Yi was the one who caused the Mu family to be in a complete mess now. He was also surprised by Mu Ye's ability. How is it possible? Mu Yi, however, ignored Mu Xuxin and his question, then directly walked out. Mu Xuxin didn't chase Mu Yi because he was out of energy now. He felt utterly uncomfortable and vomited a mouthful of blood before he fainted. Someone in the hall noticed him and called an ambulance at once. Although Kay didn't witness the scene, he heard the noises behind his back. He guessed that something bad must have happened to Mu Xuxin, but he had no sympathy for him at all. Instead, there was a satisfied smile on his face. Mu Xuxin, you deserve it, and it's not over yet. Gu Ning and Chen Songyi had a tour in the headquarters, and Gu Ning talked with Song Manny for a while before she left. She drove to the antique street, while Kay went back to the CEO's office at the same time. Chen Songyi was worried about Kay the entire time, in case Kay fought with Mu Xuxin. How is it? Chen Songyi asked Kay with concern the second Kay showed up. Kay sat on the sofa with his legs crossed. He planned to let me take over the Mu family's business, so that Gu Ning and the Tang family would help the Mu family out. Saying that, Kay laughed. It's so ridiculous. I told him that I'm the person who causes his family great trouble, and he vomited blood in anger before he fainted, Kay said with excitement. Hearing that, Chen Songyi also felt happy for him. Gu Ning took out a box with real antiques inside from the telepathic eye space, then walked into the antique street. On her way inside, Gu Ning heard a boy crying in a distance. She looked over and found that a 12-year-old boy was hugging a middle-aged man's leg, crying on the ground. The middle-aged man tried to get rid of him, but failed. You must pay for my Yixing clay teapot, the boy cried out loud. Let me go. You broke it yourself. Why should I pay for it? The middle-aged man said in anger. No, I didn't. It's you who broke it. You broke it. The boy argued with certainty. Who witnessed that? Who can prove it? Let me go, or you can't bear the result. The middle-aged man looked aggressive and threatened the boy. People around them just stood aside watching the drama. None of them stood out for the boy, even though they knew that the middle-aged man had broken the Ishin clay teapot. Although the middle-aged man broke it, he refused to admit it nor pay for it. It was obvious that this middle-aged man wasn't someone that they could mess with. I won't. You must pay for the Ishin clay teapot. It was my grandpa's favorite antique. Since you broke it, you should pay me money. My grandpa needs the money to save his life, the boy said. Get off. The middle-aged man lost patience and raised a foot. He was about to kick the boy, but nobody stopped him. Right at this moment, another foot reached over and stopped the middle-aged man's foot. The middle-aged man felt hurt as if he just kicked a hard stone and screamed in pain. Everyone was surprised by the scene. The middle-aged man got furious and turned to look at Gu Ning. However, his eyes lit up the moment he noticed that Gu Ning was a beautiful young girl. What a beautiful girl! He leered at Gu Ning. Gu Ning smiled and asked in a gentle voice, Did you break his Ishin clay teapot? She was trapping him with her beauty. Yeah. The middle-aged man blurted out, and onlookers began to stare at him with dislike. The second the middle-aged man said that, he realized that he shouldn't have blurted it out and changed his words at once. No, I didn't. He broke it himself. It was you, not me, who broke it. The boy who was still on the ground argued in annoyance. Get back to your feet now. I'll help you, Gu Ning said to the boy. Gu Ning was the first one who had the courage to side with him, so the boy chose to trust her and got back to his feet. Afterwards, Gu Ning turned to face the middle-aged man and put on a cold expression. You didn't? I think that everyone heard what you just said. Gu Ning understood that the boy told the truth and the middle-aged man must have broken the Ishin clay teapot, but no one here dared to annoy the middle-aged man. It was highly possible that this middle-aged man was influential, so nobody was willing to mess with him. If the Ishin clay teapot was a fake, it wasn't a big deal, but it was real, and the boy's grandfather needed the money to save his life. In that case, Gu Ning felt that she had to help them. People around them also understood that it was the middle-aged man's fault, so they waited to see the result. So what? It's just a fake and isn't valuable at all, the middle-aged man said with arrogance. No, it's not a fake, the boy argued. This Ishin clay teapot was his grandfather's favorite, and his grandfather told him that it was worth hundreds of thousands of yuan. You're merely a kid, and you know nothing about antiques. It's a fake, the middle-aged man snapped at the boy. In fact, the middle-aged man knew that this Ishin clay teapot wasn't a fake, so he refused to admit that he broke it. He actually wanted to buy it, but broke it by accident. He had to deny that he broke it, otherwise he would have to pay the boy a lot of money. He didn't lack money, but this Ishin clay teapot was already broken to pieces. If he paid for it, it would be a total waste of money. We can turn to an expert for help if you want to know whether it's real or not, Gu Ning said. It was easy to do that. No problem, the middle-aged man said with alacrity. I'll make a call right now. Saying that, he took out his phone and was about to call someone. He agreed with Gu Ning because he was going to call someone who would help him. However, Gu Ning wasn't dumb. Wait a second. Gu Ning stopped him without delay. I don't trust the person you're going to call. Why don't we both call an expert over? The middle-aged man was struck dumb for a second. If Gu Ning knew an antique expert as well, his lie would soon be exposed. Thinking of that, the middle-aged man panicked a little. Which expert are you going to call? He asked Gu Ning. He wanted to know whether the expert Gu Ning was going to call was an important figure in this industry. Well, I'll call an expert who's also a member of the Antiques Association, which is more persuasive, right?
Gu Ning sighed.
Hearing that, the middle-aged man started regretting. Do you know an expert who's also a member of the Antiques Association? The middle-aged man asked Gu Ning again. Sure, Gu Ning said. Actually, if this middle-aged man was willing to pay the money without causing trouble, Gu Ning wouldn't bother to call an expert over. The middle-aged man hesitated, and others all noticed his unusual reaction. They began to believe that this Ishin clay teapot was a real antique. If the teapot is real, and this man refuses to admit that he broke it, the boy and his grandfather will be victims. Right, he's such a bad man. Lower your voice. He's the brother-in-law of the boss of Juxiang shop. Don't mess with him. What? The boss of Juxiang shop is his brother-in-law? No wonder he's so arrogant. Well, if the girl really knows someone in the Antiques Association, even Juxiang shop couldn't deny it. I do hope that the girl can really help the poor boy. Oh. Gu Ning had heard of Juxiang shop, but it was barely comparable to her Shangyun Antique Store. Shangyun Antique Store had the support of Zhang Zhongyu, who was the ex-leader of the Antiques Association. So nobody dared to cause trouble for Shangyun Antique Store. If it was necessary, Gu Ning would turn to Zhang Zhongyu for help. The middle-aged man still hesitated to make a decision. Sir, why are you hesitating? Please make the call right now. We're all waiting for you, Gu Ning said and urged him. You! The middle-aged man felt cornered. All of a sudden, he pushed the boy away with violence and said, "It's none of your business." After that, he wanted to escape, because he believed that the onlookers didn't dare to stop him. However, just as he moved, Gu Ning made him stumble and fall. With a loud sound, the man hit the hard ground and screamed in pain. Most people were scared by his loud scream, but some still felt amused and laughed. The middle-aged man felt humiliated in public. How dare you? He turned to glare at Gu Ning. So what?
Gu Ning sneered.
You! The middle-aged man didn't know what to say. Pay the money now or I'll call the police, Gu Ning said with impatience. The boss of Juxiang shop is my brother-in-law, and he'll punish you. The middle-aged man used Juxiang shop to threaten Gu Ning. Are you an idiot? If I was afraid of Juxiang shop, I wouldn't have stopped you from escaping after knowing about your relationship with Juxiang shop, Gu Ning said and mocked the middle-aged man. Hearing that, people were curious about Gu Ning's family background. Since she wasn't afraid of Juxiang shop at all, her family must be more powerful than it. You! The middle-aged man glared at her again. Who are you? He asked. The boss of Shangyun Antique Store, Gu Ning, Gu Ning said. Most people who visited the antique street often had heard of the boss of Shangyun Antique Store. They knew that its boss was a young girl named Gu Ning, but not many of them had seen her in real life. Therefore, people were all shocked looking at Gu Ning now. What? She's the boss of Shangyun Antique Store, Gu Ning? Nobody thought that she was lying, because Shangyun Antique Store wasn't far from where they were on the antique street. She's the boss of Shangyun Antique Store? She's so young and beautiful. Since she's the boss of Shangyun Antique Store, this man is doomed. Right, I heard that Shangyun Antique Store has the support of Master Jiang and Master Su. Haha, the man deserves it. He must pay the money. Oh. People began to discuss them, and the middle-aged man was totally stunned now. I'll ask you for the last time. Will you pay the money, or should I call the police? Gu Ning asked. I'll pay the money, the middle-aged man said and clenched his teeth. Great, let's go to the appraisal center to see how much you should pay, Gu Ning said. Fine. The middle-aged man was left no choice. He tolerated the pain around his body, and did his best to get back to his feet. Come on, let's go to the appraisal center together, Gu Ning said to the boy. Thanks. The body put the pieces of Ishin clay teapot into a bag and followed Gu Ning. The middle-aged man also walked behind them towards the appraisal center. Because of the heavy fall, the middle-aged man walked slowly, but Gu Ning didn't urge him. Thank you again for your help, the boy said to Gu Ning after walking ahead for a while. My pleasure.
Gu Ning smiled.
She was very kind to the boy. When they walked near, Gu Ning saw Chandarong looking around at the door. Hi boss. Chandarong walked to welcome Gu Ning once he saw her. Before Gu Ning came to the antique street, she had told Chandarong that she would bring some real antiques with her here. So Chandarong wasn't surprised to see her. Instead, he was looking forward to seeing her and the box of real antiques. But he didn't take the box at once because there were too many valuable and vulnerable objects inside. If he broke any of them by accident, they would suffer a great loss. Hi, Uncle Chun. Please put this box away properly. I need to deal with something else first, Gu Ning said and put the box on the counter. No problem, Chindarong said. It's a little heavy so you can carry it inside with another man, Gu Ning said. Sure, Chindarong said. After that, Gu Ning walked out with the boy and the middle-aged man. Chandarong also recognized the middle-aged man when he saw him, but he didn't ask any questions. Once Gu Ning was gone, Chandarong moved the box into an inside room with the help of a staff member. It was indeed very heavy, and it was hard for a person to move it alone. Manager Chan, our boss is so strong, the staff member said to Chandarong. Right, Chandarong said and nodded. The staff member left when the box was placed in the room and Chandarong stayed to check the antiques. He was shocked the second he opened the box. Without delay, Chandarong called those antique collectors and experts who had a good relationship with Shangyun Antique Store to come over. They had told Chandarong to inform them once Shangyun Antique Store had new real antiques. If they found what they wanted, they would buy it. If not, it wasn't a bad thing to appreciate those real antiques. Even if they didn't buy those real antiques, their friends might pay for them, because they would share information about antiques with their friends in this industry. Jiang Zhongyu received Chandarong's call too. When Chandarong called him, he was playing chess with Master Su and Master Lung in the Lung family's house. What? Girl Gu is in the capital now. Jiang Zhongyu got excited when he heard the news. Gu Ning had cured his disease, so he was always grateful to her. Master Lung and Master Su were also surprised to hear that. Girl Gu is here? Master Lung asked with happiness. He ached to see his future granddaughter-in-law. Yes, our boss is here, Chandarong said on the phone to Jiang Zhongyu. Where is she right now? Jiang Zhongyu asked. She left to deal with something first and will be back soon, Chandarong said. Great, tell her to wait for me. I'm coming, Jiang Zhongyu said. Sure, I'll tell our boss, Chandarong said. After hanging up the call, Jiang Zhongyu stood up at once. Let's go meet Girl Gu at the antique street. We're going to meet my future granddaughter-in-law. Why are you so excited? Master Lung said. In fact, he was a little unhappy to hear the news that his future granddaughter-in-law was in the capital from another person's mouth. Gu Ning was his future granddaughter-in-law, and she should have called him first. Master Lung blamed Lung Shouting for that, because Lung Shouting wouldn't bring Gu Ning to meet him until Gu Ning went to study in the capital university. He decided to meet Gu Ning himself. Haha Lung, are you jealous of me? Why don't you tell Girl Gu that you're Shouting's grandfather later? You can exchange phone numbers with her so that she can call you if she comes to the capital again in the future, Jiang Zhongyu said. As Master Lung's friend, Jiang Zhongyu was unwilling to see him being unhappy. I will do that later, Master Lung said with determination. After that, they left for the antique street together. At the same time, Gu Ning arrived at the appraisal center. It was an undeniable truth that the Yixing clay teapot was real, and it was of high quality too, so it was worth around 500,000 yuan. Therefore, the middle-aged man had to pay 500,000 yuan for it. However, the boy didn't have an ID card nor bank card, so he could only get a check, which wasn't safe. On their way here, Gu Ning got to know that the boy's parents died when he was very little and he grew up with his grandfather. In that case, Gu Ning called the police for help, because she didn't have much time to take care of the boy. Gu Ning told the police everything when they came. She also told them that she was the boss of Shangyun Antique Store. The police at the antique street had also heard of Gu Ning's name, so they promised to handle it well. Afterwards, Gu Ning handed the police a bottle of power crystals, which was medicine for the boy's grandfather. Although Gu Ning didn't know what disease the boy's grandfather had, she was confident that the power crystal could help. 500,000 yuan was also enough for the boy's grandfather to recover from the disease. The boy left with 2 policemen and Gu Ning went back to Shangyun Antique Store. The middle-aged man was in a terrible mood after paying the 500,000 yuan. Although he had dozens of millions of yuan in wealth, 500,000 yuan was still a lot of money for him, especially because he paid the 500,000 yuan for some worthless, broken pieces of the teapot. It was his fault after all because he broke the Yixing clay teapot. Actually, it was his younger brother-in-law who told him to buy the Yixing clay teapot. The boss of Juxiang shop saw that the Yixing clay teapot was real, and he wanted to buy it, but he was with the collector who saw the Yixing clay teapot before him. The collector also wanted to buy it, but wasn't sure whether it was real or not. In addition, the boy priced it at 200,000 yuan, which was a lot, so the collector hesitated to make the decision. He planned to buy it when the collector gave up, but it seemed like the collector still wanted to buy it, so he played a trick and made the collector believe that it was a fake. And because he told the collector that it was a fake, he couldn't buy it himself. The collector was an influential figure, so he couldn't annoy him. When he got back to his shop, he saw his older brother-in-law and asked him to buy the Yixing clay teapot for him. However, he broke it by accident and even paid 500,000 yuan for it. He could have bought it with only 200,000 yuan. The middle-aged man went back to Juxiang shop and told its boss, who was also his younger brother-in-law, what he had been through just then. His younger brother-in-law was mad after hearing it and criticized him in anger. However, it already happened, and it was the middle-aged man's fault anyway, so his younger brother-in-law had to accept the result. Moreover, he was unwilling to mess with Shangyun antique store. The boss of the Juxiang shop understood that it was his responsibility too, so he shared the compensation with his older brother-in-law. He was willing to pay 200,000 yuan, and his older brother-in-law could suffer the loss of 300,000 yuan. However, the middle-aged man was reluctant to accept it. He didn't think that he should pay more than his younger brother-in-law for the broken teapot. In the end, the boss of Juxiang shop gave another 50,000 yuan to the middle-aged man, and they shared the compensation 50-50. The middle-aged man was left no choice, so he had to agree with it, but their close relationship came to an end that day. When Guning got back to the Shangyun antique store, Master Lung and the others hadn't arrived yet, and Chandarong told her what Zhang Zhongyu said to him on the phone. Boss, Master Zhang said that he's coming soon, and asked that you please wait for him. He has something to talk to you about. Hearing that, Guning got a little nervous, because she knew that Zhang Zhongyu wouldn't come alone. Master Lung would be there too. Nevertheless, even though she was nervous, she couldn't leave and had to stay there waiting for them. About 20 minutes later, Master Lung and the others arrived. Once they showed up, Guning walked out to welcome them. Hi, so nice to see you all, Grandpa Lung, Grandpa Zhang and Grandpa Su.
Kuning Peamet.
They weren't strangers now, so there was no need for Guning to call them masters. Nice to see you again, my future granddaughter-in-law. Master Lung called Guning his future granddaughter-in-law the moment he saw her. Guning flushed a little when Master Lung greeted her in that way. Although she believed that Lung shouting was her Mr. Right, they weren't married yet after all. Actually, Master Lung was willing to call her that because he approved of her. Lung, it's too early to say that now. Master Su interrupted them. I don't think so. What do you think, my future granddaughter-in-law? Master Lung asked Guning. He turned to Guning for her opinion. I think it's good, Guning said at once. She obviously wouldn't argue against Master Lung. It wasn't a big deal anyway. See? My future granddaughter-in-law thinks it's fine, Master Lung said with pride. When Guning met Master Lung before, she felt a little stressed talking to him. Master Lung was the leading role of a super rich and powerful family in the capital, so he had a natural air of power. However, now he looked very kind and gentle like a grandfather next door. Guning was surprised by his change. Come here, let me have a closer look at you. Master Lung waved his hand at Guning. Guning walked to him at once, and Master Lung held her hand complimenting her. Look at my grandson's girlfriend. She's so beautiful and smart too.